1 million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. It's a cold March night on the shores of Lake Erie.
It's around here. If you slop really fast, you hit your head off.
As the Bakers head home after their weekly Friday night dinner, they're about to drive straight into an unforeseen encounter.
The Baker family consisted of Sheila Baker and Henry Baker, her husband. They had 2 children, and Sheila, at the time, was pregnant with a 3rd child on the way.
Did we really go down?
Wait, shh. What are you doing?
Oh, it's just not comfortable.
You almost got it.
Henry, look out!
Sorry.
Let's just try to be careful.
Sheila noticed something very, very strange over the lake.
What is that?
That's just the power plant.
The Bakers live in Eastlake, Ohio, a quarter-mile from the Perry Power Plant. The power plant is brightly lit.
Sheila Baker knew the area very well. It was obvious that this was something very different.
This was right over the lake.
There's definitely something over there.
Really?
Yeah. Sammy, you see it? It looks like a big blimp.
It looked as though it might have even been slowly descending. She couldn't tell.
Drive to the beach. I want to take a closer look.
You're kidding.
I'm sure there's something there. Let's pull up over there.
The history of UFOs shows that nearly half of all of our cases are around large bodies of water.
I'll be right back, okay? Stay right there.
They did not feel there was any threat at that point. They were just curious as to what they were looking at.
Listen.
It's the ice cracking.
Although it's not unusual to hear ice breaking during the winter, what was unusual in this case was the intensity of the sound. They described it as though it was claps of thunder.
Holy cow.
Henry sees this thing, and he is absolutely astonished. It's a solid object.
And it had a light on both ends, a blue and a red light.
Maybe it is a blimp.
This object couldn't have been a blimp because they don't fly blimps in cold weather. It's just too dangerous.
Lake Erie is starting to crack under this object, presumably from heat or from some other thing that's coming from it.
The object seemed to turn towards them.
Henry knows we're here.
Run!
Oh my God.
Turn the lights off!
Sheila and Henry Baker
What is that?
follow a set of mysterious lights to a local beach.
Henry knows we're here.
The objects seem to turn towards them.
They had two small kids in the back of the car. She's pregnant with a third child. They're thinking, protect mode. We have to protect our kids.
I don't know what it was, but it turned towards us.
I'm sorry, ma'am, but you're going to have to call the Coast Guard.
Sheila calls the Eastlake Police Department. The police department responds that since it's over the lake, it's a Coast Guard matter. So Sheila calls the Coast Guard.
But I've already called the police.
Look, ma'am, there's nothing we can do.
And the Coast Guard blows her off. They say, look, we have no record of anything there.
Yet, from their house, they can still see the object hovering in the distance.
Oh my God. Sheila, you have to see this.
Ma'am, you're going to have to come down to our office.
Suddenly, Sheila and Henry see smaller objects come out from the center of this larger blimp-like object.
How many do you see? 5?
Maybe 6?
They're zipping across the lake, covering huge numbers of miles in the snap of a finger.
Ma'am, are you still there? Ma'am?
Sheila and Henry observed one of these triangular objects leave the rest of them and go in the direction of what seemed to be the Perry nuclear power plant.
Ma'am, we're sending someone over.
I'm sending the Coast Guard.
They leave their kids with a neighbor, and they head down to the beach with two members of the Coast Guard, Seaman James Powell and Petty Officer John Knob. Some of their own personnel apparently had seen some unusual lights over the lake, and they couldn't really tell what it was.
They thought it might have been a ship that was in distress. They hear this tremendous cracking and rumbling of the ice like claps of thunder.
One of the theories to explain this event was that there were atmospheric gases that caused the rumbling and the ice to crack.
1-6 Alpha. This is Fairport Command. Do you require assistance? Over.
Negative.
But a gas explanation doesn't say anything about the appearance of this large gunmetal gray craft.
I have to get out.
It isn't safe.
I need air. Right now.
Sheila!
Be advised, there's an object hovering over the lake, and there are other smaller objects moving around it at high rates of speed.
Sir! Ma'am, get back in the car!
The Bakers are only 100 meters away from the objects when one of them tilts in their direction.
This is the second time that she's had this feeling that these objects are aware of her.
There's no engine noise. They're very, very low. These are not planets.
The lights!
Sheila?
Kill the lights! Kill the lights! Turn the lights off!
At this point, Sheila no longer feels safe.
Turn off your lights! Turn off your lights!
One of those triangular objects is coming directly at them.
Kill the lights! Turn the lights off! Kill the lights!
And just when they think it's going to collide with them, it just veers right off.
This object suddenly veers off and returns to the mothership.
The larger object starts to behave erratically.
It was unclear whether the mothership was in some sort of distress, experiencing some sort of mechanical problems, or that it actually was breaking the ice because there was something under the ice that it was trying to get to. all of a sudden, the vibrating stops. The lights just turn off.
They weren't really sure. Did the object just zip off instantaneously so that they couldn't see it leave? Or was it still there and just completely covered in darkness? Then there's a third possibility, which is what Sheila entertained the following day. The object may have just gone below into the water.
Days later, the Bakers stayed in contact with the Coast Guard trying to get an answer. The Coast Guard told them that they were instructed to no longer investigate it.
In the following days, unusually large pieces of broken ice are found in the exact location where the Baker sighting occurred. A control tower operator at the nearby airport claims that the two bright lights were in fact Venus and Jupiter, which were in near alignment that night. As for the flashing lights, they were just gases in the atmosphere. After UFO researchers place an ad in the newspaper looking for witnesses, nearly a dozen come forward, describing the same UFOs seen by the Bakers.
They saw something strange that they couldn't explain. The whole thing became orange.
Prisa, prisa, oxygen.
It's nightfall on an isolated farm in northern Argentina, where trouble is never far away. Sisters Yolye and Yolanda Moreno are used to coping with the disruptive effects of guerrilla activity in the area. And tonight, they find themselves in the dark.
The electric generator went off at the Moreno family farm, so everybody decided to go to bed early.
Estamos casi fuera de partidos.
With their husbands off on a routine military mission, they're alone on the farm. And now there's trouble.
Suddenly, Dora, the domestic servant, she bursts into the room.
Vi las luces extrañas.
She tells them that there's something strange going on outside.
The maid was working at that residence for quite some time, and she was a very calm person.
Hay máquinas.
¿Máquinas?
So her behavior was considered very unusual by the sisters, who never saw her so afraid with something, especially with something that she couldn't describe.
The key thing that Dora was trying to get out to the sisters was that there was more than just lights. There were actual machines outside and quite close to the house.
Vi las luces extrañas.
Their first thought is it might be a guerrilla jeep or tank.
It just wasn't clear what kind of machine she was talking about.
Yoli and Yolanda, they saw nothing. The maid was pretty sure that the lights were coming from the railroad, so they went in that direction.
Dora is still very, very frightened. There was some sort of thought that maybe somebody was doing acts of sabotage down on the railway tracks, and one of them's armed with a gun.
They reach a lookout with the railroad tracks a kilometer in the distance. And finally see Dora's machine.
Madre mía.
Something strange that they couldn't explain.
If it's a vehicle, it's not one they've ever seen before.
They saw these two disc-shaped objects profoundly illuminated with a tube of light uniting the two objects like a light tunnel.
There was this sort of heightened sense of danger that they weren't sure what they were dealing with.
Yolye decides to move closer.
They didn't have a clear vision.
¿A dónde vas? ¿Dónde está la luz?
They wanted to get close to the railroad to see what it really was.
Jolie, espera, frena. ¿Dónde está la luz?
they see what appears to be a familiar sight.
They're aware of a sort of a faint green illumination.
¿Es ese el camión de Rodrigo?
They thought that could be the caretaker's truck coming to the house. When Yoli pointed her flashlight to the green light that she saw, this was not a truck at all. Then it fired a beam of light.
They were under attack.
When Dora the maid spots a suspicious set of lights near the family property, sisters Yolye and Yolanda set out to investigate. But as they near, the lights transform.
They're suddenly confronted with this large sort of machine that appears quite close to them. This was a completely different object from the railway line.
It was huge, 10 meters at least.
The object seemed to have rectangular windows around its circumference.
Usually, when something has windows, it's because there is somebody inside of them.
And then, the object emits a bizarre light beam.
The progression of that beam of light is most unusual, like the lightsabers used in Star Wars. You know, you see them pop out and slowly, suddenly progress into a solid light tube. Light that seems to behave in ways that our sort of beams of light don't behave in.
Yolye is mysteriously drawn to the beam.
¿Qué estás haciendo, Juliet?
And she put her hand into it.
Juliet, no!
When you put your hand into a beam of light, you just interrupt the beam of light. In this, there seemed to be no change at all to this unusual beam of light.
She felt a heat around her arm, but didn't cause any burn or anything.
Then, the object's behavior changes.
There seemed to be this sort of mist developing around this object.
Whatever this mist is, Dora is drawn to it.
The object seemed to then rock noticeably.
Dora! Dora, vamos, Dora!
While they are watching this object, some light inside of it started to spin, to rotate, until the whole thing became orange.
And suddenly, out of the bottom of this object burst this sort of tongue of fire.
This huge object knocked them down a few meters away, violently.
The impact on the three women was total fear.
Risa, Risa, vamos, vamos.
At that point, they all did what most people would have done, and that was to flee back to the house.
Muévete allí, corre.
The disc-shaped object started to scan the property.
They clearly believed that they were under threat, under attack.
Volver a la casa.
Then the beam of light suddenly disappears.
This whole thing lasted from 45 to 50 minutes, according to the primary UFO researchers in Argentina that investigated this case back in 1963.
Once the objects disappear, Yolye and Yolanda Moreno meet with a neighbor who describes seeing what he calls weird light activity over their property. On the same night, a doctor whose car broke down halfway between the Moreno farm and the town of Trancas reports seeing approximately 50 strange lights flying overhead. While the case receives wide attention in the press, skeptics attack the fact that descriptions of the object seem to vary slightly from witness to witness. 14 years later, the Trancas incident becomes one of the inspirations for Steven Spielberg's film, Close Encounters of the Third Kind. 1 million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. It's midnight, and Laura Sinclair is out walking Sam, the family dog. But something isn't sitting too well with Sam. And Laura's not quite sure what it is.
Sam! What's wrong?
The first thing that she noticed is this low-frequency humming sound. She's looking around trying to locate the source of this sound. The dog at that point ran off.
Sam, get back here!
And then there's a moment of realization. Right above her is this strange object.
She sees something strange in the sky at approximate altitude of 800 to 1,000 feet. It's an object that is spinning in the sky and hovering.
Suddenly, it drops 700 feet, right in front of her.
Laura Sinclair ran into her parents' house and said to her father, "There's an object outside," and she was hysterical.
It's in the air! Come with me! Come with me!
The family members are a little bit perplexed.
The father goes out to look for himself, as do a mother, a brother, Laura herself, and her boyfriend.
They look up and they are all staring in absolute amazement.
It followed me.
And they were watching it as it was maneuvering in the sky, making weird patterns. Angular, jerky movements, unlike any aircraft would do.
This thing was pretty big. I mean, maybe 200 meters.
My God.
Her father is ex-military. He's a fairly no-nonsense kind of guy. As a member of the Army Air Corps, he would be familiar with just about every conceivable type of aircraft, be it fixed wing, helicopter. If it's in the sky, he knows what it is. Maybe, just maybe, this is some sort of secret prototype spy plane or drone.
The object then begins to move away.
Come on. Let's go then.
For Mr. Sinclair and his family, it's a once-in-a-lifetime chance to see what he thinks is a secret military craft up close.
He gets into his car, along with the daughter and the daughter's boyfriend, and gives chase.
Laura, can you see?
Over there, Dad.
Is it changing shape? No way.
It's not unknown that in UFO sightings, for a UFO to change its shape, so what may be seen as cylindrical then becomes a triangle, and vice versa, and spheres, and also other kinds of shapes.
So it's not clear whether we're dealing with differences of perspective, or whether indeed we're dealing with two different objects.
It's lower. Gaining on it. Almost there.
Father is extremely single-minded about this, and not to put too fine a point on it, he's put his foot down and the car is bombing along the road.
It's all right. I'll always keep you safe, love, promise. I just want to get a bit closer.
The daughter and the boyfriend, they are a little bit concerned at the speed. But maybe as well, there's a little bit of fear. Maybe they don't want to catch up with this thing.
Quick, Dad, pull over.
The father pulls up, and he is absolutely convinced, given how low this thing was, that it must have come down in the field.
I can't believe it.
Where did it go?
To their absolute amazement, there's nothing there. It's like it vanished into thin air.
Dad.
But it hasn't disappeared for good.
The object was clearly looking for something. Or someone.
A family in the town of Rugeley, England, chases after a strange object in the sky.
There's the gate. Pull over.
But whatever they saw is gone.
The father, all his military training tells him, you know, there must be a logical explanation for this.
Where did it go?
And yet, the fact that this thing just vanished is totally illogical.
While Mr. Sinclair heads home, 60 kilometers to the west, something similar is approaching the Royal Air Force Base in Shawbury, where Corporal Charles Banton, busy with his night duties, is unaware of any strange sighting.
Charles Banton is the meteorological officer at RAF Shawbury.
His job was extremely important because he's got to supply the weather information for operational sorties of aircraft, etc.
And then his radar starts acting erratically. Something unidentified is flying towards the base.
He knows that there's nothing scheduled to be flying. Something kind of catches the corner of his eye.
He sees two lights.
He runs through the options. Is this an emergency diversion, perhaps? Is some other aircraft in trouble? He decides he needs to bring this to the attention of the security and the emergency response personnel.
In my experience of the military and of police officers reporting UFO sightings, they would be very reluctant to go on the record. Some people react by saying, I'm not going to report this and risk my career.
But he calls anyway.
Can I help you?
Yes. Can I get the duty officer, please?
Yes, sir.
With Air Force Base security notified, he decides to take a closer look for himself.
The closer it got, the more he was able to discern a shape behind the lights. Suddenly, the craft fires a narrow beam of light like a laser. This puts this into the category of almost a national security incident.
But the security team has still not arrived.
This light is tracking backwards and forwards across the fields adjacent to the military base, as if, he said, it was looking for something. And then the light beam just went out, but instead of switching off, it's as if the beam gradually retracted back off, totally contrary to the laws of physics.
Then it literally disobeys in the blink of an eye at high speed.
He'd never seen anything like this before, either in terms of speed or acceleration. And he's got 8 years' experience in the Air Force.
Corporal Banton's report makes its way to Nick Pope, the main investigator for the British Ministry of Defence's UFO project.
I interviewed Banton over the phone, and even a few hours after this had taken place, his voice was shaking when he told me this story. And here was a trained military observer.
What happened on the night of the 30th is virtually unprecedented in British UFO history.
Other cases of unidentified objects are reported that night, all of them investigated by the British Ministry of Defense. Their ballistic early warning system offers a possible explanation: that a booster rocket from a Russian satellite burnt up in the sky exactly when many of those sightings were reported. While others suspect that the objects were in fact American experimental aircraft, the U.S. Air Force refutes the rumor. In his final report for the Ministry of Defense, Nick Pope concludes that the objects cannot definitively be identified.
What the heck is that?
This was something out of the ordinary.
Trees again!
With recess underway at a school in Miami, Florida, Jonathan, a grade 4 student, is lost in play.
Let's go. Come on. Now, come on, let's go, let's go.
Bob Apfel was one of the grade 4 teachers at Crestview Elementary School. The bell had already gone, and Bob was trying to get kids into class.
Everyone inside, come on.
Jonathan sees the same strange shape now off in the distance.
It didn't look as though the object was about to crash or land or come down anywhere near the school. It was still some distance away.
Let's go, come on, guys. You're late already, let's go. Thank you.
What the heck is that? Are you seeing this?
Young lady, inside, please. Jonathan, come on. Inside, sir. What's wrong, Jonathan?
Mr. Apple, what is that?
Bob Apfel knew straight away this was something out of the ordinary.
There were various airfields around the school, so it would be familiar with aircraft in the air, what they look like.
Suddenly, the object just disappeared. They weren't sure whether it had just flown up so quickly that they couldn't keep track of it, or whether it had in fact actually vanished into thin air. There was an element of shock, an element of disbelief. They needed to go back to their normal daily routine while they processed what it was that they had just seen.
But what happened the next day, that's what really makes this case stand out.
Good morning, students. A reminder to all our volleyball players that, for today's game, the bus leaves at 3:30 sharp. Also, Don't forget...
By next morning's class, the buzz is all about Jonathan's unusual sighting.
A lot of the kids were already in the classroom. Bob Apfel, the teacher, had yet to arrive at school.
As well, I'm happy to announce that $35 was raised for band instruments. So thanks to all who participated in our rally.
It's back!
This time there was more than one.
Look, it's coming out of the trees again! Whoa!
On the outskirts of Miami, Florida, a strange saucer-shaped craft surfaces high above Crestview Elementary School.
What the heck is that?
What's wrong, Jonathan?
This was something out of the ordinary.
But the next day, it comes in for a closer look.
It's back!
This time, it's a different sighting.
For one thing, the sighting is much closer. Something like 200, 250 yards away from the school property. For another, it's brought company.
This time there was more than one.
Dad, I think they're getting bigger.
There was one larger object and two smaller objects, and the two were acting like escorts. People saw something they couldn't describe or have never seen before.
The larger object suddenly slows to a near stop.
Just hovering in the air, not very far away from some trees on the other side of the street from the school.
The witness described the objects leaving the area by simply disappearing.
Was there a minute ago?
It's not a very long experience, probably something like 30 seconds, perhaps a minute.
Amidst the chaos,
What is going on?
Mr. Apfel finally arrives.
They're back.
And kids go rushing out of the classroom.
While Mr. Apfel races off to warn the principal, the kids reach the edge of the schoolyard. Where the largest of the three objects reappears, offering them a perfect view.
Above the cigar shape, there was a sort of turreted structure, as if it was a dome or a small tower on top of the object. And what happened next was something utterly unexpected.
Where'd it go? It's going! Where'd it go?
It actually flew into one of the trees.
Where'd it go? I don't know. I can't see anything.
The tree didn't move. There was no damage to the tree that could be seen.
I just saw it. I don't understand.
And then the saucer came out of the tree.
It's back. There it is.
There was no damage to the flying saucer. The tree had somehow absorbed the flying saucer and then ejected it out. It was something that was really beyond their comprehension. There was this definite sense of wonder and excitement.
Where'd it go? I don't know. Where'd it go? Where is it?
The object was able to ascend to a certain height and then take off at incredible speed.
Guys, what's going on?
After alerting the principal, Mr. Apfel joins the others. But all three objects are long gone.
The children were left with this huge question mark. What was it that they had just experienced?
Okay, let's go. Everybody back. Everyone back to class.
I think people are always a little bit concerned when they hear of a UFO story that involves children as witnesses, but there were so many of them. Some of the witnesses have very clear memories of there being a strong military presence at the school over that afternoon. They interviewed 3 of the teachers who were direct witnesses to what had been seen.
The Air Force said, well, if it hovers, it must be a helicopter, therefore it is a helicopter. But it makes no sense. The helicopter would make noise. The helicopter would be easily identifiable to the witnesses. They weren't that far away from it.
The testimonies of the teacher witnesses still exist, and they can be seen today on the internet.
This is a very important case because it involves multiple witnesses of all ages.
The following day, a group of local residents report yet another sighting around 9:45 a.m. Once again involving 3 flying saucer-like objects near the schoolyard. UFO researchers later learned that Project Blue Book, the U.S. military's official UFO investigation body, confirmed the Air Force's official explanation that the sightings were in fact Coast Guard helicopters on maneuvers. The explanation is flatly rejected by many of the original witnesses, both students and teachers. Over 40 years later, as adults, many have begun to discuss the case in public and online for the very first time. 1 million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters.
See if you can hang on. Okay, gentlemen, thanks. Good luck out there tonight.
On a dark country road in northern Ohio, veteran sheriff's deputies Dale Spower and Barney Neff respond to a report of an abandoned vehicle.
There it is. I'll go check out the interior. You send in the license info.
Spar and Neff are on the overnight shift, so they're performing their duties as they would on any other night.
Car P13, this is Portage County Dispatch.
Copy, dispatch.
You're gonna like this one, fellas. We got a report from a woman. She says she's seen a flying saucer.
Copy that. We'll keep an eye on it.
Thank you, Car P13.
A call came in from a woman in Ravenna, Ohio, about 5 miles from this location, about an object she was seeing in the sky that looked like a disc.
All cars in Northeast Ohio, be advised. Report received of so-called flying saucer.
Wayne Houston is a police officer in East Palestine, Ohio. He's listening to the same radio calls. The radio communications can be heard by police officers in several different locations.
Even police as far away as Pennsylvania are listening in.
Everybody seems to think this is kind of a joke because this woman is seeing a flying saucer.
Over and out.
You know what? I bet she's talking about Venus.
The planet Venus is the brightest thing in the sky other than the moon. People attribute all kinds of things to it because it glows so brightly.
But when the bright light suddenly moves closer, it looks nothing like Venus.
It's a bright blue-white light, like an arc welder, moving across the sky.
This was a fairly large object moving towards them. It seemed to the officers that this object was just looking at them, shined a spotlight on them, and was observing them.
The object is so bright and very intense that it's lighting the ground underneath it as it moves along.
There was no jet engine. There was no real sound to this that they could correlate to aircraft.
It's frightening to them because they haven't seen anything like this.
Then the object makes a rapid ascent.
The object elevated to about 300 feet. Officer Spower then gets on the police radio.
Dispatch, this is P-113. I don't know if it's the same object the lady reported, but we're seeing something out here.
The object started moving away from the officers.
Car P-13, pursue and investigate. Repeat, pursue and investigate.
They're given orders to keep it under surveillance, keep this thing in sight until we can figure out what it is.
What the heck is that thing?
Jets are scrambled to intercept this object.
We are headed towards state lines.
This is a classic cat and mouse chase.
While investigating an abandoned car, Deputy Sheriffs Dale Spower and Barney Neff see a bright light in the sky. And when the light flies away, they're ordered to give chase.
They didn't know what they were chasing. So although they were trying to catch up to it, they really didn't know what they were getting involved with.
They're not looking at a bright light anymore, they're looking at a glowing object. They say it's 45 feet in diameter. They're looking at something that's three-dimensional.
It's getting away.
This turned into an intense, high-speed chase as high as 105 miles an hour over a 40-mile distance.
We have the object in sight. We are westbound on Route 14. Is it waiting for us?
It's not possible.
Their impression is it's playing with them. It waits for them like a cat might wait for a mouse.
Approaching the state line.
Dispatch is car P-13. We are headed towards state lines.
As the chase continued, it was clear that they were going to be leaving the Ohio borderline into Pennsylvania.
Dispatch, we still have the object in sight.
Wayne Houston is not that far from the Pennsylvania border. He's listening to this description of the chase over the radio, and he realizes that they're coming toward him.
Car P-13, I'm right behind you. Copy that, Houston. We've been chasing this thing for about 20 miles. Can't explain what it is.
Another officer listening to the police radio chatter is Officer Panzanella in Conway, Pennsylvania. So as the three officers from Ohio cross the border, there's Panzanella realizing they're heading his way also.
At this point, we now have 3 police vehicles, 4 police officers involved, chasing this thing across Ohio into Pennsylvania.
Pittsburgh International, this is Officer Panzanella. Police are tracking some kind of aircraft, requesting radar information for the airspace near Conway and the Ohio state line. Over.
Pittsburgh International, stand by.
Panzanella contacts Pittsburgh International Airport because there is an Air Reserve base there. He's wondering if the Air Force is aware of what's going on.
To his surprise, their response was yes, we have an object on radar.
Thank you for holding. Radar shows object without transponder in your area. Cannot be identified at this time.
This was significant because all commercial airplanes have transponders. That's how they identified a plane and they're able to land. They have to have a transponder.
All cars be advised. We have aircraft inbound to your area in pursuit of unidentified object.
Copy that. We still have visual on the object.
All 4 officers hear on their radio that jets are scrambled to intercept this object.
Pull over here and just get off the road.
Spauer and Neff decide to wait for the jets to take over the chase.
The other officers have pulled over behind them. They all get out. They're standing there on the road watching this object. It's hovering there for a moment, almost as if it's waiting for the police officers to get back in their cars and continue the chase. It's almost as if this thing is taunting them.
And as the jets got closer, this object just shot straight up into the sky. No hesitation, straight up, out of sight.
One of the suggestions made by the witnesses is that the object disappeared because of the sudden arrival of the jets.
The officers return to their respective stations, determined to report what they have seen.
So what we're looking at is a case that's multiple witnesses, which is always very good. You have police officers involved.
Police officers are trained observers. Police officers are some of the best witnesses out there.
An Air Force investigation ensued the following day with the theory that witnesses saw a weather balloon. But weather data indicated the wind had been so slight it could not have driven any kind of balloon to outpace a car. Project Blue Book, the U.S. military's UFO investigation unit, concludes the witnesses saw an optical illusion, a combination of a passing satellite and the bright planet Venus. But Project Blue Book's own chief scientific consultant, Alan Hynek, later rejected this theory. All of the officers who made reports were relentlessly ridiculed and harassed. 2 of them handed in their badges, but none recanted.
He had to be somebody who was pretty brave.
Hello?
There was a deafening ringing sound.
He described it as like getting hit by a sledgehammer.
James Flynn heads deep into the Florida Everglades on his swamp buggy, a customized vehicle designed to plow through this murky and dangerous terrain. On a dry patch of ground, James sets up for a weekend camping trip.
James Flynn was a fellow who had grown up near the Everglades, loved going out hunting with his dogs, and didn't have any problem being out there alone.
James Flynn had been a constable with the local sheriff's department. He was in the swamps, going to run his dogs and do some training with them.
James Flynn's dogs actually noticed a noise or a sound.
What's the matter, fellas?
What was described later as like a generator sound or a high-pitched noise. James Flynn lost sight of his dogs in the direction of this sound.
He assumed they were chasing a deer.
Wasn't too concerned about this. Had happened before, just out there in the wild.
What's the matter, fellas? Red! T-Bone!
He thought maybe somebody was shooting and maybe shooting at his dog.
T-Bone! Red! Come on, boys!
James Flynn actually reacts to the loud bang by getting the swamp buggy to go in as far as he could. But unfortunately, the foliage in the area was too thick for the vehicle to actually fit through.
Red! T-Bone!
While he's looking for his dog, he sees a yellow light, a bright yellow light. His first thought is that there must be somebody else out there, another hunter or something, with a very bright light.
Hello? Hello? Anybody there?
And then he actually saw the object moving at an altitude around 200 feet.
Like so many UFO witnesses, Flynn thought this was possibly a military craft or object, and he thought it might have come from Cape Canaveral.
He thinks that it's probably some sort of helicopter or a capsule that NASA may be working on.
What puzzles him is that this object keeps coming in and out of sight.
And then the light suddenly accelerates, moving behind a line of trees.
And gets maybe 500 yards away from him.
Here he is, fairly deep into the Everglades. Nobody's around.
James Flynn has spent a lifetime exploring the mysterious Everglades. But he's never seen anything like this.
Who's there?
He was getting closer and closer to the craft, and he paid for it.
Outdoorsman James Flynn sets out on a camping trip into the Florida Everglades. Looking for his dogs lost deep in the swamp, he encounters a strange flying object.
At this point, James is actually in disbelief. He really doesn't know what's going on, so he heads towards this object. It's very hostile, and it's an extreme environment. You have what's called sawgrass that's sometimes impassable.
He gets as close as he can, gets about 200 yards away, and the thing settles down. It's all lit up.
Flynn approaches the edge of a clearing in the swamp.
Finally, he's going to have a clear look at this object.
He's confronted with this unusual cone-shaped object. The orange light that he saw originally was now coming from the bottom of the craft, illuminating the ground.
As he gets in a little closer, he's seeing what looked like riveted panels all over this thing.
And then there was a deafening ringing sound that came from it. Now there's a wind or a force or something that comes from the object and makes it difficult even to stand up.
Possibly the wind was a byproduct of whatever the force was that was keeping it from the ground.
Some say this can be a Harrier jump jet, which can hover in place. However, Harrier jump jets aren't in the shape of a cone. They don't put an orange light out from the bottom. They just don't match anything that Flynn reported. Despite the blast of wind, or whatever it was, Flynn keeps walking toward the object and decides to try to make communication with it by waving his arm. He hears a large whooshing sound, which he thinks might be the craft departing.
Suddenly, this beam of light shoots straight out of the craft, hits him in the forehead just over his right eye.
Flynn was knocked to the ground, immediately felt pain.
He described it as like getting hit by a sledgehammer, and at that point, James Flynn lost consciousness. When James Flynn came to, he was actually physically blind. It was literally a physical blindness from whatever hit him in the forehead.
After a few minutes, he begins to regain some sight, mostly in his left eye.
He had been basically unconscious for 12 or 14 hours.
He looks around and sees that the UFO, the craft, is gone.
He noticed the area where this craft was. There was burned out locations of grass, vegetation, and scuffed trees.
That's what stands out about this one. Sure, it's a single witness case, but Flynn had injuries that were verified by medical doctors and consistent with his testimony.
Flynn gathers his dogs and leaves the swamp to seek medical help. Doctors find that Flynn has impaired sight, swollen eyelids, and an abrasion on his forehead. Flynn also fails a tendon reflex test, suggesting possible damage in the nerve connections between his spinal cord and muscles. As he recovers in hospital, Flynn is visited by Air Force officials. Despite promises of an investigation, none is ever conducted. James returns to the site of his encounter with 4 locals. They find the burn marks still visible on the ground. The group takes photos of the marks as well as soil samples. They later send this material to the Air Force, but never hear back. James eventually recovers his reflexes and his sight in one eye, but the other remains permanently impaired. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. On an island in the Atlantic Ocean, off the coast of Brazil, friends gather after a day's work.
Passa a bola. Amanhã vai fazer sol danado, hein? Quem quer peixe fresco?
Vou ligar alguns se você tem mais.
Colares is an island not far away from the city of Belém, which is the capital of the state of Pará in the Amazon. Most people in the island of Colares live from fishing. They live a very simple life.
Você pode comer se eu não matar todos.
For 45-year-old fisherman Carlos Cardoso de Paula and everyone else on Colares, tonight is unusually quiet. On most evenings for the last 3 years, strange menacing lights have been reported all over the island, a phenomenon the locals call the Chupa Chupa.
Starting as far back as 1975, but coming to its peak between July and December 1977, the whole community was affected by these sightings.
Carlos is one of the few island residents who has never seen the strange phenomenon. But tonight, that is about to change.
Não de novo, meu Deus.
Olha lá, é o chupa-chupa. Ele tá voltando.
It's clear that something's going on. Somebody then shouts, "Chupa Chupa." He looks and he sees a fiery ball of light coming his way. This object was the size of a football.
Sai!
People in Colares were so afraid they would bang pots or cans or shoot arms, whatever they could, to scare those Chupa Chupa away.
They tried to do anything they could, really, to repel this, what they took as almost like an invasion.
Ai, socorro! Socorro! Ajuda!
So the people caught up in this, it was as if they were being struck by light beams. These people were being zapped.
At some point, the ball stopped and turned and just went away out of sight.
Chupa chupa literally means sucker sucker. And this is a reference to the strange marks that were left on people's bodies where they were struck by these strange beams of light.
Deixa eu te ajudar. Vamos pro hospital.
This is not some vague light or shape in the sky. This is not a single fleeting encounter. This is a community under siege.
But that wasn't the only encounter for Carlos with the Chupa Chupa. Because a few weeks have passed and he had a new experience when he was at home, preparing to sleep, smoking his last cigarette.
When all of a sudden, a ball of light actually enters the house. Suddenly, this thing is in there with him.
He felt he was losing muscle control. His body was not responding. It came down and started going all over the room where he was. He couldn't do nothing because he didn't have control over his body. His mind was totally on, but his body was paralyzed. At some point, this ball of light, the chupa, jumped from one leg to another leg. At that point, he was taken by fear.
It's one thing to see something outside, but it's quite something else to be effectively under attack, scanned, whatever is going on, in the sanctity of his own home. This was not just some hysteria. This was real. This was physical.
On the remote Brazilian island of Colares, many residents claim to be physically attacked by strange lights known as the Chupa Chupa. For local fisherman Carlos Cardoso de Paula, tonight seems to be his turn.
He thought that Chupa Chupa was looking for some vein in his legs to extract his blood.
He's so frightened at this point that he screams. As he screams, it's like the ball just disappears. And suddenly he's alone again in the room. He tried to get to his feet, but he stumbled. I mean, he was clearly weak and disorientated.
The witnesses report that their energy is taken away from them. You feel like you've been drained. I have interviewed several witnesses, and they say that for decades they have never been able to have the same strength as before the attacks.
Carlos risks a long nighttime walk to the island's only medical clinic.
Doutor, por favor, você tem que me ajudar. Eu estou doente. O Chupa, ele veio atrás de mim. O Chupa, veio atrás de mim esta noite.
A very important person in this whole Chupa Chupa scenario is a doctor called Velaide Cecim Carvalho.
She was probably the most highly educated person in the entire community, and yet she was about to come face to face with something that all her medical training and education could not prepare her for.
Abre, por favor. Nossa, esse é o terceiro dia disso. A gente já viu mais do que 100. Eu nunca vi uma coisa.
Hundreds of people were victims of the Chupa Chupa, and Carlos Cardoso de Paula was only one of them.
Eu nunca vi uma coisa assim. Outra vez.
At first, her feeling was that she was dealing with some sort of hysteria. But as she examined these people, it became clear to her that there were real physical effects on these people.
Fale para mí outra vez. O que você viu?
She started talking to the witnesses, and she was turning more and more surprised with what she was finding about these wounds, these attacks from the chupas.
Ela disse que foi a chupa. Ela disse que veio do céu, que marcou a cara dela.
These were wounds over their shoulders, over their chest, over their necks.
Stop. Vai sentar.
The witnesses complained that they felt weak, disorientated. She speculated that some of them had lost blood.
Whatever the cause, the doctor is unable to match her patient's symptoms with any known disease.
Skeptics might think that this was malaria or some similar disease, but clearly the doctor would have been well trained to spot something like that. Despite having heard all these stories and seen the physical evidence on the locals, there's probably still some skepticism in the doctor's mind.
Está acontecendo?
One evening, she sees this brightly lit object. Mindful of what happened to the locals, she thinks she may be about to be attacked herself.
Uma grande luz.
This object, whatever it is, just maneuvers around rapidly. For whatever reason, this thing does not fire a light beam at her. So suddenly, it really is a case of seeing is believing. And now, she's not just heard about this, she's a witness herself.
Vamos embora.
Inevitably, with so many hundreds, if not thousands, of reports and encounters, knowledge of what was going on here actually got to the highest levels in the Brazilian government, and the Air Force actually set up an operation to investigate and find out what was going on.
During the last 20 years, I have been to Colares several times, always investigating the chupa-chupa. This wave of attacks of the chupa-chupa only happened in Brazil and only happened at that time. If you search the UFO literature, you won't find anything close to what happened in Colares anywhere in the world at any date.
In September 1977, the Brazilian Air Force began a top-secret investigation they codenamed Operation Saucer. Many of the military personnel posted in Colares reported seeing UFOs. Over the course of 4 months in 1977, some 9,000 inhabitants of Colares, 90% of the population, fled the island in fear, never to return. Some Brazilian officials speculated the lights were in fact some kind of advanced weapons test performed by the US military. The Brazilian government recalled the investigation team and classified all of the files until the late 1990s.
Is it about to land? Is it coming down? He doesn't know what this object's about to do. Charlie was in a lot of pain at this point.
A new day of work begins for farmer Charlie Brew and his son Trevor.
This story takes place outside a small town of about 2,000 or 3,000 people in the eastern part of the state of Victoria in Australia.
We're gonna need some more hay, Dad.
I'll go get some.
Charlie Brew with his family were operating a dairy property, and each day they'd sort of milk about 70 to 80 head of cattle.
This ought to do it.
Charlie Brew, he was a well-known and quite respected person in that small local community of Willow Grove. Like on most mornings, Trevor was helping his father milk the cows.
Charlie hears this sound to the east, sort of like a whirring wind noise, quite a striking sound.
What's that noise?
I don't know. It's really weird.
Charlie looks outside, searching for the source of the noise. But he sees nothing.
The animals on the farm started acting very strangely.
They were certainly extremely agitated.
Something definitely spooked them. There are lots of other UFO cases in which the animals react in a very strange way, almost as though they have some sort of sense of what's about to happen.
The whirring noise increased significantly.
Come on.
And then suddenly Charlie notices something coming out of the low cloud, flying in towards the farm, coming from the east at a rather steep angle, quite slowly, but he didn't think it was a plane.
Come on. Where are you going, Dad? Just try to calm the cows.
Charlie sort of walked around to get a better look at this. He's trying to figure out what is this thing doing.
When he first saw the object, it appeared roundish in shape. He thinks, oh, okay, this is a helicopter. What else could there be coming out of the low cloud, flying through the sky? But as it drew closer, it became apparent that it was something different again. He's got this terrible headache, a headache he's never experienced before. Charlie was in a lot of pain at this point.
Farmer Charlie Brew and his son are milking their cows.
What's that noise?
I don't know.
When something seems to cause panic among the animals.
Where are you going, Dad? Just try to calm the cows.
Charlie leaves the milk shed to investigate and finds a strange object heading his way.
The object is moving towards Charlie, and as it gets closer, it gets bigger and bigger.
This wasn't any sort of ordinary object. It just seemed so bizarre and so strange. The base of it seemed to be rotating in an anti-clockwise direction.
He just watches. The object comes closer and stops.
Just stopped directly in front of him.
Overall, the object had that classic flying saucer shape, like two bowls joined together. You saw a very slender, antenna-like object. Almost at that very instant, he gets this very strong pain centered behind his eyes. As he would explain later, he's not someone who normally suffered from headaches, and yet this was a headache to beat all headaches. Charlie was in a lot of pain at this point. He was afraid.
Then, the craft emits a powerful blast of air.
If this was a real bona fide UFO, we're talking about some sort of exhaust or something of that nature.
Trevor is inside the milking shed.
Dad?
does hear something of the sound, that whooshing sound.
Dad? I'm coming!
It's literally gone out of view, back up into the low cloud cover within a matter of seconds.
Dad! What was that?
Didn't you see it?
No.
Trevor had to accept that his father had witnessed something quite intriguing and because he had heard it himself.
He actually doesn't see the object. His father wasn't the sort of person who would make up a story about something like a flying saucer. So he believed his father.
Oh, Dad!
The headache that Charlie experienced sort of was really quite severe.
It stayed with them until the end of that day, right throughout the night, when it gradually wore off. Charlie was very conscious of how short the experience was, how condensed the experience was, and yet for him it was a very intense, rich experience.
For the rest of his life, Charlie Brew maintained what he saw was a UFO. The Australian Air Force and the National Science Agency both send an investigation team to the farm, and Charlie Brew gives them a detailed report. The Air Force asked him to draw a sketch of what he saw. The shape and dimensions he provides match several other sightings on record. Searching the farm, investigators find large deposits of ironstone, a rock and iron compound that has been known to conduct electromagnetic energy. Some theorize that intense electromagnetism can cause severe headaches, as well as strange light effects in the atmosphere. The Air Force concludes what Charlie Brew witnessed was a natural phenomenon, most likely a tornado. But UFO investigators question this hypothesis, given that there was no tornado damage at the farm. 1 million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters.
How many stops we got today?
We're checking the perimeter. 3 fences.
At one of America's most high-security Air Force bases, the night shift begins for a nuclear missile maintenance crew.
Quick, simple, should be good.
Yeah.
We got coffee in there?
Minot Air Force Base was an important part of the U.S. air defense system and our air attack system. And situated there were ICBM attack missiles as well as a B-52 nuclear bomber base.
Airmen John O'Connor and Lloyd Isley are on their way to one of Minot's 150 Minuteman missile silos.
They're young guys, they're technicians, they're maintenance guys. They're not trained in combat. They're trained to repair missiles. They're techie guys.
Sure is quiet out here. More like dead.
They're out late at night. One of the biggest challenges is probably staying awake until you're relieved in the morning.
O'Connor looks out his window and he sees a very bright light, which his first thought is perhaps a farmer left his light on at 2 o'clock in the morning. But as he continues north and he looks again, he notices that this light has moved up higher off the ground and is now pacing them.
Hey! What's up?
That, look. That's following us.
Man, are you sure?
Look. They become a little bit nervous about this, wonder what's going on. They had the impression the thing was watching them.
What is it? Listen.
O'Connor and Isley both said there was some kind of noise as it seemed to come closer to them, and they described it as being like a jet engine.
Well, what do we do?
Dispatch, this is Unit 1.
Have we got any craft out on maneuvers, patrol, anything tonight?
Stand by. Well confirmed, Control Tower. Control, do you have anything on radar in your silo number 7?
Negative, dispatch. Airspace is clear of traffic. Over.
Then he was told there was no traffic out there whatsoever.
Hold on a second.
O'Connor decides to check it out for himself.
O'Connor believes they're being monitored. He believes that there's purpose behind the movement of this light and the reason it is following them.
The light moves towards one of the missile sites, known by the code name November 7.
O'Connor's first thought is there's a potential threat to this missile silo.
Let's go! Go! Come on!
There was a lot at risk in this situation. There is an unknown object outside of this launch facility threatening the facility. Isley goes to the back of the truck and picks up an axe.
Isley just wanted some sort of weapon in case something happened. You have to remember, this is a maintenance crew. This isn't a security team. They're not armed.
What the hell are you doing? It's all I've got!
While O'Connor goes inside the silo compound, Isley remains behind.
Isley's still looking at the object, and as he gets closer and brighter, he now believes he sees an oblong shape to the object.
He's got an idea that this thing is huge, maybe a quarter of the size of an aircraft carrier. It's something that he has not seen before.
He is scared. He doesn't know what's happening.
Stand by, Unit 1. The security team is on its way.
This is now potentially a disastrous situation.
At a military base in North Dakota, two Air Force maintenance men see an object hovering right over a nuclear missile silo. At first, the maintenance crew were the only witnesses. Then the mysterious object appears on the radar screen.
So now, when you see something like this, you can't identify it, it becomes an issue of national security. And you want to know what's going on, you want to know who's doing it, and you want to know why.
Airman First Class Adams and Jablonski, we have reports of unusual lights over November 7th.
Backup required.
Copy that. On our way.
A nuclear weapons security team responds to the distress call from November 7 silo.
Two security airmen, Joe Jablonski and Gregory Adams, their job was to protect these nuclear weapons. They're 20 minutes away from their destination,
Instruments are clear.
but they're already hearing a lot of chatter on their radio.
Control, this is O'Connor. I have confirmed missile site has not been breached, but the object is getting closer. We need help out here, now. Stand by, Unit 1. Security has been dispatched.
Look, 3 o'clock. See it?
As they are racing towards Silo November 7, they see a light.
Control, we've got a large light in view.
We're about 8 miles out. Over.
Copy that, Sat-1. Radar confirms unknown object is descending.
The security team arrives at the missile silo to find Isley and O'Connor with the object hovering right overhead. They prepare to defend the silo against the strange intruder, whatever it is.
You can't just start firing your weapon in the middle of North Dakota without an imminent threat. So they're trained not to just open fire.
About the same time, a B-52 bomber, which had been out on a training mission, is coming back to Minot Air Force Base to land.
Sad one, we have a B-52 on approach listening in. Can you give the coordinates of the object?
Roger. Yeah, I'd say maybe a mile south by southeast.
Minot base to Rapcon, over.
This is Rapcon, online with B-52.
We've got sightings of unusual lights near November 7.
The control tower wanted the B-52 to confirm what the ground crew was seeing and wanted to try to make a determination of exactly what they were dealing with.
Stand by, Control. Looks like we have another one. Unidentified. Object in sight 24 miles northwest of November 7 at 12,000 feet.
So while the guys on the ground are watching one object, the guys in the B-52 are seeing a second object.
So now there are 2 UFOs.
Suddenly, the object over November 7 silo rockets into the sky.
Control, we just lost visual.
As the guys on the ground saw the object disappear, the pilots in the B-52 saw their object disappear about the same time.
Reports of the mysterious sighting reach the highest levels of the U.S. military, and an investigation is launched. B-52 pilot Captain Bradford Runyon draws a detailed sketch of the object he witnessed. The U.S. Air Force assigns its UFO investigation unit, Project Blue Book, to investigate. A total of 14 airmen on the ground witnessed the unidentified object that night. One theory held that the sightings were the result of a rare weather phenomenon involving ionized gas in the atmosphere, known as plasma balls. During the height of the Cold War, UFOs were reported at 4 other nuclear bases: Malmstrom, Loring, Wurtsmith, and Warren.
It's back. Where?
They see a figure on the craft.
Father!
It was getting closer to them.
In the shadowy rainforests of Papua New Guinea, teacher Stephen Moy makes his way to the local Anglican mission school. Stephen runs for the mission house to find Father William Gill.
Father Gill was the Anglican missionary in charge of all the education and other services.
Recently, Father Gill has been busy documenting strange sightings that locals believe to be ships from another world. For Stephen Moy, it's his second such sighting in less than a week.
Father.
What is it, Stephen?
It's back.
Father Gill was skeptical, but he was at least open-minded enough to ponder a range of different possibilities of what might have been going on.
Maybe it's just Venus. It's not a star. Well, what is it then?
Father Gill thought that perhaps Stephen Moy's sighting, as well as others, could have been caused by Venus. Venus is the brightest planet and can be refracted and appear to dance around the skies.
It's closer.
They head to the beach to get a better, clearer view of the sky.
He saw a bright light to the northwest, which he thought was unusual.
One thing is clear to Father Gill. It isn't Venus.
In fact, he saw Venus to its left. He thought that perhaps it had to be a plane.
But it doesn't act like any conventional plane.
The objects seem to be completely silent.
As it came down closer, they could see it was shining like a halo of light on the underside of the clouds.
That's what I saw before.
And then, the mysterious object disappears. Father Gill heads back to the mission house
Evening, Father.
to record what he saw.
He was certain that he saw something, but he was sufficiently kind of careful about his observations that he wasn't going to draw any real conclusions about it until he was absolutely certain.
He is soon joined by one of his assistants, Annie Laurie Baroa.
Good evening, Father.
Good evening, Annie.
Annie Laurie was an assistant school teacher at the local mission.
6:45, bright white lights sighted amidst...
Father, do you see that?
This time, the sighting is much closer.
It was about 500 feet away. There was this one main object, but there was also smaller satellite objects seen in close proximity.
What is it, Father?
Possibly satellites?
Satellites had been launched around the Earth 2 years before this.
We had the Sputnik launches, so that was the only kind of reference point that people had. As this thing approached,
They see a figure on the craft.
That's no satellite.
It was getting closer to them.
Father!
There were 4 figures on the top of the craft.
these figures were fairly large.
At a remote Anglican mission in Papua New Guinea, Father Gill struggles to explain the reoccurring appearance of a strange object in the sky.
Possibly satellites?
And its bizarre-looking occupants.
Who are they?
But before anyone can answer that question,
the object moved away, then shot across the bay. It was also witnessed by others. There were approximately about 25 witnesses.
the following evening, Father Gill writes a report to his superiors. Still convinced there's a logical explanation for what he saw the night before.
Father!
But any rational explanation
Father!
is about to be put to the test.
Father! It's back.
Where?
At the beach.
On the beach, Stephen Moy and others have already gathered.
They started watching what appeared to be the same object back again.
Including the same mysterious shape on top. And it's not alone.
There were 4 figures on the top of the craft that were visible to the everybody below, essentially.
These figures were fairly large.
Who are they?
It could be military.
Father Gill was still entertaining the possibility that maybe it was some sort of exotic or advanced aircraft from the Americans.
Is that really military? Possibly.
It wasn't that long after World War II when this occurred, and so America had a large presence in the Pacific. Father Gill decided to initiate communication. One of the figures moved over to the edge.
It was at that point that something very extraordinary happened. One of the figures waved back. Their intention was to perhaps try and encourage it to land. And then they'd really be clear-cut what they were dealing with there.
And then the craft moves out of view, towards the mission house.
Everyone, back to the mission house. Let's go.
Back at the compound, 100 meters from the mission house,
Wow. Oh my God.
the ship hovers silently, as if waiting for further contact.
Father Gill tried an additional experiment.
The object then slowly began to move back and forth in a pendulum-like fashion.
It was just purely imitating the motion or the movement of the flashlight backwards and forwards.
And then, the show comes to a stop.
The object sort of slowly moved off into the cloud cover.
All right, everyone back inside.
It seemed to me with the discussions, the many discussions I had with Father Gill over the decades, that from his own religious beliefs, maybe this was like an angelic kind of experience.
In total, 25 witnesses signed Father Gill's report on the strange sightings of June 26th and 27th, 1959. 6 months after the event, Air Force personnel interview Father Gill and attribute what he saw to a celestial phenomenon, the planet Venus. Noted UFO debunker Dr. Donald Menzel agrees, adding that Father Gill is known to be nearsighted. But that argument doesn't explain the other 25 witnesses. The 1959 sightings in New Guinea lead to the first credible witness report of extraterrestrials in UFO history. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. Chris Bales and his brother Mark have been stalking deer in these hills for the last 20 years.
Well, Mark and Chris Bales were a couple of construction contractors from the Bend, Oregon area. They had a good reputation in their community. They were upstanding contractors and well respected. They loved to hunt, and every fall they go hunting in the Chalice, Idaho area. Well, Mark and Chris, they knew the woods very well.
Their focus is on the ultimate prize, a 12-point buck.
Guess we should be hunting crows.
That's why I pack lasagna.
After a long day of hunting, the brothers head back to their campsite empty-handed.
We got nothing.
That's okay, I got the steaks going.
They join their best friend Rob, who has been busy getting dinner ready.
The movie's ready to go.
You know, it's just kind of a weekend in the woods with the buddies. So they did bring some of the conveniences of society with them. They were watching some videos.
I gotta have popcorn to watch this.
See yourself?
At that point, Chris decides that he's going to go out to the vehicle and get some food from the van. As he's walking out towards the truck, he has this really strange sense that something's going to happen. It's almost as if there's a physical, palpable tension in the air. This is an area where there is certainly a lot of dangerous wildlife.
But it doesn't sound like an animal. It sounds mechanical. It turns out it's right above him.
He sees this object blotting out all the stars above him.
This thing was directly overhead. He said that, you know, if you threw a rock, you could hit this thing.
He shined his flashlight in the sky and he sees this object. The object was described as being triangular with rounded edges.
The power to keep something that size hanging in the sky motionless must be phenomenal, and yet it was completely silent.
Chris flashes his beam towards the rear of the object.
At that point, lights came on the underside of the craft.
The lights suddenly became brighter.
His feeling was that his actions had triggered this response.
As if it was under intelligent control.
Had this thing been hanging there dormant and he'd kind of triggered some response, some reaction? Clear to him, this isn't from around here. This is something not of this world. Look.
While on a hunting trip with his brother and a buddy in the Idaho woods, Chris Bales feels he's being watched by an unknown flying object.
He sees no screws, no insignia, nothing that would mark it out as any kind of aircraft or helicopter. He describes it as almost looking leathery.
The lights continue to get brighter.
He also feels some electricity in the air.
Static electricity. Chris then heard a strange noise, a deep, powerful noise, as if the base turbines at a dam had been switched on.
The sound is excruciating.
All this was consistent with the idea of something being powered up.
He felt very threatened, like he was under attack.
Help! Chris! Chris! Chris!
Their initial impression is that he might have encountered a grizzly bear or mountain lion.
As they get out, they see Chris is down on the ground, and the craft is up in the sky, moving away. They grabbed their binoculars to try and get a closer look at this object as it moved off. They were able to make out some additional features, including 6 strange circles on the side of this craft. Chris's brother, Mark, is a pilot, and when he was looking at this thing, it was clear to him this did not behave like an aircraft. It wasn't banking, there was no downwash.
This object was at least as big as an F-15, and it was remaining airborne at a speed of 40 miles per hour. For an F-15 to remain airborne, its stall speed would be 115 or 120 knots. This defies known physical laws.
Look. They described the way the object moved off as being incredibly smooth. It was just gliding, almost like a hockey puck does when you fire it across the ice.
Many reports would get the object streak away, but this object just moved very smoothly up the valley.
Chris had been chased by a bear before, and yet he said the terror of this sighting exceeded the bear experience many times. He said that, of course, being chased by a bear, scary though it was, he knew what was happening. He had a frame of reference. This, he had no frame of reference. He did not know what he was dealing with. And that's what made it all the more frightening. They never said this was extraterrestrial. They just said, we saw what we saw.
The brothers abandon their campground and drive until dawn to the nearest motel. Mark Bales reports his sightings to both the Federal Aviation Administration and the nearest Air Force base, Mount Home. He provides exact GPS coordinates. The next day, American jet fighters are sighted flying near the campground area. When Mark Bales contacts the Boise airport, 300 kilometers away, he's told their radar tower saw nothing unusual in the area where he and the others were hunting. But while analyzing the Doppler weather radar for that evening, former National Weather Service meteorologist William Puckett uncovers 2 unusual readings near the Bales brothers' camp, just 8 minutes before the strange craft was sighted.
J'ai jamais vu un avion comme celui-là.
Strangely, all these lights started to flicker.
They're waiting for the sound of an impact.
Oh, attention, 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 c'est dangereux.
On the remote African island of Madagascar, most of its citizens live in its bustling capital city. Among them is airline executive Edmond Campagnac, a former pilot from France who now lives thousands of kilometers from home.
Edmond Campagnac was a chief technical officer for the Madagascar division of Air France. Very well-respected, very intelligent, highly technically trained man.
On va prendre un café au marché?
Ah oui, bien sûr, absolument.
Campagnac and his colleagues have been waiting for an overdue mail plane, their main connection to the outside world.
Donc on dirait que l'avion postal était encore en retard aujourd'hui.
Ils ont besoin de meilleurs pilotes.
Comme toi.
Et voyons, personne n'est aussi bon que moi.
At that time, Madagascar was still a French colony, so there was regular services from France to Madagascar. And the mail arrived every day from France, which was a long way.
Vous pouvez trouver. Venez acheter, c'est un très bon.
They pass through the city's main market on their way to an outdoor cafe.
The capital of Madagascar at the time was named Tananarive. Look, it's not Paris, okay, but it was also not the backwoods.
Trois cafés?
I mean, it was a city with lots of people there. They had a very active society going on there.
Je me demande qui m'a écrit aujourd'hui.
Ta famille, n'est-ce pas?
Ah, absolument, mais des jeunes filles aussi.
It was dusk at 6 p.m. and with a clear sky.
Monsieur le pilote, ne vous gênez pas.
C'est quoi ça?
Est-ce que c'est l'avion postal qui revient déjà?
J'ai jamais vu un avion comme celui-là.
Qu'est-ce que vous regardez?
They notice something, and what it looks like is some greenish object descending from the sky, coming down at an angle.
Oh, c'est un météorite!
They think it's a meteorite, and they think it's ready to crash. And they're watching it coming down, coming down, coming down. In 1954, there were no satellites that would have been coming down at that particular time. So a meteorite would be the most ordinary, logical thing that you'd expect people to think.
And not only Campagnac and his colleagues, but many other people saw that. Hundreds or maybe thousands of witnesses.
I mean, they could really be scared at this point. A major meteor crashing into the island of Madagascar, into the capital city, could potentially kill everyone there. As this thing moved over their heads and across the city, something very remarkable happened.
Strangely, all these lights started to flicker.
Suddenly, the strange object streaks directly over the open-air market.
And they're waiting for the sound of an impact. Except there is no impact.
Où est-il passé?
Regardez, il est là!
Suddenly, it appeared again and came toward them.
What they're seeing now is certainly not a meteorite. This is a very unusual looking craft. What was going to be next? They had no idea.
There was panic in the streets.
In Antananarivo, the capital of Madagascar, Edmund Campagnac and thousands of other citizens see a bizarre green light fly overhead.
Où est-il passé?
It seems to disappear, but not for long.
It comes back, and that same green ball circled around and came toward them.
Most people in the market flee, but a few, including Campagnac and his colleagues, remain behind to watch.
C'est pas possible.
We're talking about an object that's a few hundred meters at the most above their head.
C'est pas juste une lumière dans le ciel.
And they had plenty of time to see it. It was not very fast.
Whatever it is, it was basically a kind of lozenge-shaped or disc-shaped structure. that was maybe roughly the size of a small aircraft. And then behind that were these red-orange types of sparks. So was this the result of some kind of jet engine or some other kind of engine that's combusting some chemical, right? You would expect to hear noise. And this thing made no noise.
Regardez ça. C'est pas possible.
Edmund was absolutely riveted by this. I mean, he's trying to place us within the context of what he knows. Does this look like any aircraft that he was familiar with? And the answer is, it didn't look like any aircraft that he had ever seen.
Suddenly, all the lights go out.
The city of Tananarive experienced a 10-minute blackout. All the power was just gone. Complete blackout.
Oh mon Dieu, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Je pense que ça a coupé le courant.
This craft was creating a kind of field that was disrupting the electrical power grid below it. In the mid-1950s, the United States, the Russians, no one really had this capability.
Qu'est-ce qui se passe?
After the light had disappeared, suddenly all the lights came back.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît, tout le monde!
As a technically trained, scientific thinking individual, Edmond Campagnac had no way to explain this in any of the terminology, any of the science that he was familiar with.
Votre attention, s'il vous plaît, tout le monde! Rentrez chez vous, ça pourrait revenir.
Officier, comment savez-vous ça?
Il y a déjà des rapports qui signalent que la lumière a été vue à 2 heures d'ici. Alors rentrez chez vous, maintenant! Tout le monde!
Within 2 to 3 minutes after this object left the area and was out of sight, either the exact same object or an object that looked absolutely identical to it was seen 150 kilometers to the south on the island of Madagascar. Not simply Edmond Campagnac, but a number of other French and Madagascar natives saw this object, describing it all precisely the same way. Describing an object that simply is not supposed to exist, but apparently did exist.
The whole sighting was strange for Campagnac. That the only explanation he could find after thinking about it was that it was an alien craft of some kind.
Whatever it was, reports of the event garner attention far beyond the shores of Madagascar. French Air Force commanders in Madagascar immediately launch an investigation into the sighting. Their report is withheld from the public, but it comes to the attention of future French President Charles de Gaulle. De Gaulle's enduring interest in the case leads to the creation of GAPAN, a unit of the French Space Agency that investigates unidentified aerospace phenomena. In 1964, 10 years after the sighting, GAPAN reopens the case, questioning multiple witnesses, all of whom describe seeing the same bright green object that night. The report concludes 2 sightings occurred 150 kilometers apart. If it were one object, it would have to travel more than 3,000 kilometers an hour to cover that distance in the time reported. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. In a small Texas town, friends and fellow farm workers Pedro Saucedo and Joe Salas head home after a rare night off.
¿Estás seguro que no tenemos que ir ya, Pedro?
Amigo, ya sabes que solo una cerveza y ya estoy para dormir.
¿Ah? Entonces, ¿por qué no me dejas conducir?
Tus sueños.
Pedro and Joe worked together in the same farm. This was a Saturday night. They were out in Levelland that night enjoying themselves, and they were on their way home.
Levelland, Texas is just what it sounds like. It is level, flat, tabletop.
Hey, necesito que me mantengas despierto.
¿Te canto una canción?
No, digo que me mantengas despierto, no que me vuelvas loco.
When they left Levelland, they would have been driving west on Farm Road 115. It's fairly isolated, dark. They would have been, fairly alone on the road.
Le dije a Velázquez que se cuide porque el jefe no la aguanta, mano, pero piensa que me cree. De ninguna, güey. Ese hombre nunca escucha nada.
Cállate, Joe.
Pedro and Joe saw a bright light that first alerted them that there was something unusual nearby.
¿Qué es?
No sé.
They knew it wasn't a planet or a bright star. It was too bright for that. As the light moved closer, they could see that it was an object, not just a light, and it was cylinder-shaped.
Dios mío, ¿qué es esa cosa? Por favor, Pedro, sacanos de aquí. Mira, viene directamente para nosotros.
Joe, calmate.
Pedro and his buddy naturally got very frightened.
So it's getting closer to them, it's getting bigger.
They're thinking they've got to get out of there. Just when they're about to do that,
things get a little strange.
Pedro, ¿qué pasa? ¿Por qué se paró?
No sé, no arranca.
Engine stalls. The lights go out.
So now it's completely dark, except, of course, where they can see the object coming toward them.
¿Qué hace? ¿Se arruinó o qué?
No sé, no quiere arrancar.
This object, this light, was headed right at them, and it was very large.
Pedro, no podemos quedar aquí. Mira esa cosa, ahí está. Ahí está.
Whatever it is, the object is now directly above the stalled truck.
¡Salite! Pedro, no!
Pedro didn't know whether he was being attacked. He didn't know whether it was something personal.
On a dark country road in Texas, Pedro Cecido and Joe Salaz find themselves on a collision course with a strange bright object that also appears to bring their truck to a dead stop.
Hundreds of times through in UFO history, people have reported their vehicles being affected by UFOs. So Pedro's and Joe's experience here is very consistent with these other reports.
Salite de la camioneta, Joe, salite. Pedro, no.
Pedro would be basically running for his life. Pedro dives out of the truck for protection. Joe Salaz just sits there. He is petrified. He cannot move.
But as Cecido tries to stay hidden, the object seems to seek him out.
The light becomes very intense, so intense that it's difficult to look at.
There's a wind or a force or something that comes from the object. Pedro felt heat, he heard a whoosh of sound, and he felt air passing by him like an exhaust system or something from an object.
If we're looking for a terrestrial explanation, we're talking about some kind of a jet engine that puts out an awful lot of heat. It would put out a strong gust of wind. So what you're describing there is a jet engine, in essence.
Then the object rockets into the sky with extreme speed.
This object is flying faster than it's supposed to be at those altitudes.
Pedro gave an estimate of 600 to 800 miles an hour. When Pedro stood up, the object was already moving quickly. I mean, it just kept moving rapidly away.
And they just kind of watch it disappear into the distance.
¿Ya se fue? Sí.
¿Y qué era esa cosa, mano?
No sé.
Viniste.
And with the craft now out of range, the truck comes back to life.
Saucedo started the engine, and the electrical system began to work again.
The lights came back on, the motor came back on, and they could get on their way and drive off to some place where they felt more safe. They drove to the nearest phone at the next town, and they called the sheriff in Loveland.
Pedro, no me siento seguro que esa cosa no va a regresar. Nos deberíamos largar.
Mira, le tenemos que decir a alguien.
¿A quién? ¿A los militares o qué?
A la policía.
Oakland County Sheriff's Office.
Hello?
Yes, sir.
County Police?
Yes, sir.
I need to report something that happened on I-115.
Are you reporting an accident, sir?
No accident.
Because of who he was, being Hispanic in Texas, being a part-time farmer, they didn't take him seriously. They thought he was seeing things.
It was this big light that almost hit us, going 800 miles an hour. It was just going...
Can you tell me the model?
No, I don't know what it was.
Shortly after the call from Pedro and Joe, the sheriff and his deputy realized that perhaps they should have taken that first report more seriously, because that same night, almost a dozen reports came into the sheriff's office with similar instances of vehicles being affected by UFOs.
The wave of sightings comes to be known as the UFO storm of 1957. On November 2nd, West Texas police received calls from local citizens in at least 13 separate locations. Witnesses include several police officers and a state fire marshal. That same night, similar sightings are reported in White Sands, New Mexico, 500 kilometers away. In all, witnesses throughout the American Southwest reported some 118 sightings in the month of November, 1/3 of those involving vehicle interference. Today, the Levelland sighting is considered the first of dozens of vehicle interference cases reported in 1957.
He was seeing something beyond his frame of reference. He'd never dealt with anything like this.
This is an interaction. He's being attacked.
Near the town of Livingston, Scotland, forestry worker Robert Taylor is carrying out an inspection of the property under his care, like he does every morning.
The Detchment Wood Forest was owned by a housing corporation, and Robert Taylor was one of the key people who looked after this forest. Robert Taylor's duties involved monitoring the forest. He would have to make sure, for example, that fences were properly maintained and that basically everything was running smoothly.
Hey, back on him.
Robert Taylor was a war hero. He had served with distinction in the Second World War as a tank driver. He'd been present at the evacuation at Dunkirk, and he'd been a part of D-Day.
All right, buddy, out you come. You wish for a day's work. Come on, lass.
Robert Taylor habitually took his dog with him on these sorts of work days. He and his dog went everywhere. The dog was almost part of the team.
Looks like we got trespassers on the property, Bonnie.
Let's keep our eyes open.
I think it's fair to say that he would have known these woods like the back of his hand. He was extremely familiar with them and was an extremely well-respected member of that community.
Robert continues his search for possible trespassers, heading deeper into the forest.
Let's go in here, Levi. Come on.
He'd walked maybe half a mile or so into the woods.
What is it, Bonnie?
And at that point, his dog, which was normally pretty well behaved, started going crazy, barking, acting as if it was in distress.
His dog seems to be reacting to something.
Settle down. See something, buddy? Is there something out there? Hello?
And as he goes a little bit further, he gets to a small clearing.
Hello?
Something attracts his attention, but it's not right in front of him. It's on the other side of the clearing. It's like it's there, and it's not there. It's like there's a distortion in the air. At times he can see the trees at the far side of the clearing, and then at times it looks like there's some indistinct shape blocking out those trees.
It could perhaps be described as like a heat haze shimmer that you would see in the desert.
When all of a sudden the blurriness, the distortion disappears, and he can make out a clear object.
What in God's name?
This is like nothing he's ever seen before in his life.
Robert Taylor has found some kind of intruder in the Dechmont woods. But this is no ordinary trespasser.
Robert Taylor, at that point, thought, this is it. This thing, whatever it is, may kill me.
Forestry worker Robert Taylor goes into the woods with his dog, looking for a suspected trespasser.
What is it, Bonnie?
But a short hike in, he discovers a strange spherical object.
What in God's name?
He's a war hero. He's a military veteran. He's highly trained, incredibly brave. He doesn't run from this thing. He wants to get a closer look. He can see for the first time what this thing is. And it's a broadly circular shaped object with a kind of rim around it.
He describes this object as being a metallic sphere with protrusions underneath, like could be landing legs.
And he hears this strange noise that appears to be coming from inside this object. It's almost like banging noise.
Stay, Bonnie, stay!
After the object started making these noises, two smaller objects seemed to emerge somehow and came out of the object. They had on them these kind of spikes.
He likens them to like Second World War mines, something which he'd have been very familiar with during his wartime service.
These two small objects come hurtling towards him across the ground. And as the spikes hit the ground, there was this kind of popping sound.
He was seeing something beyond his frame of reference. He'd never dealt with anything like this.
Robert tried to run, but at that point, the two smaller objects basically attached themselves to his legs. The spikes were digging into his trousers. There's a kind of noxious odor that he smells, a really repugnant, acrid smell. He comes to believe that some noxious gas was released. Not only are these objects attached to his trousers, they're now dragging him back towards the main object. Most UFO sightings are just lights in the sky, but this is an interaction. He's being attacked. And at that point, he passed out. Robert Taylor later calculated that he'd been unconscious for around 20 minutes. He could only assume that during that missing 20 minutes, he had been inside this object. When he came to, he tried to get to his feet, but he stumbled. I mean, he was clearly still weak and disorientated. He looked around. The object had gone. But as he examined the clearing, he did find some strange markings. Two different types, some round holes and some more horizontal lines. Clearly something had been in that clearing.
Come on, let's go. Get out. Come on.
Robert Taylor first decided to try and call for help, and he went to use the radio in his vehicle. But he found that his voice wouldn't come out. He could hardly speak. Robert Taylor assumed that the reason that he was unable to speak at this point was that it was an after effect of the noxious substance, the gas that had been released.
Robert Taylor's bizarre story is not easily dismissed.
Robert Taylor is one of those kind of great witnesses that you find absolutely just tells the truth as it happens. He's the kind of person that you would want on your jury service, not one prone to make up stories.
Police investigate Robert Taylor's sighting, treating his experience with the spiked objects as an assault. A forensic analysis of Robert Taylor's trousers finds tears in the fabric from bottom to top. A finding consistent with the spheres having taken hold of Robert from below. Robert Taylor fully recovers his voice within hours. A medical exam shows no physical abnormalities, but does identify abrasions on his hips, consistent with the tear marks in his trousers. The marks in the dirt are still visible when police investigate the clearing. Subsequent tests on soil samples provide no clear answer as to the cause. Accounts of the incident in the media draw hundreds of curiosity seekers, forcing police to cordon off the area, closing it off from public view. 1 million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. In a remote corner of southeastern Brazil, 3 men trespass on private property for a night of illegal fishing.
Tudo bem.
Parece que não está aqui ninguém perto. Shh, cala a boca.
For the men, the stakes are sky high. That's because João Franco and his brother Galvão are off-duty police officers. If they're caught, they could lose their jobs.
They would have been very mindful of the fact that they were there illegally, and they would have been keeping an eye out for any strange noises, lights, etc., etc.
The third man on their clandestine operation is their close friend, Osorio.
It's an agriculture area and a private property, a farm that had one of the largest lakes in the area.
Their pattern was to lay the nets out on one night and then return the next night, 24 hours later, to effectively reel in the nets and collect their catch. But this night was going to be a little bit different.
Tudo bem, rapaz. Está ficando tarde. Rápido. Olha! Olha!
When they were collecting the nets, they saw this small light. They thought that perhaps the source of the light would be a flashlight from the caretaker of the farm.
For the two trespassing officers, that would be very bad news.
The logical fear that they would have had would have been that they'd been found out.
But what they see next defies logic.
In a matter of seconds, it was at the height of the treetops. They never saw something like that.
They wanted to get out there fast.
The men believe they have come face to face with a terrifying local legend.
This burst of light, it's a phenomenon that has been seen quite often in that place of Brazil. They even have a name for it, the Mother of Gold.
Meu Deus, é a mãe.
Some people think they are from outer space, or it comes from death. This strange balls of light would come at night and would fire beams of light towards people, and they will find themselves with missing blood. And not only blood, but also their vital energy, because after they have been attacked, they never regained their vitality back.
Their reaction was to seek the sanctuary of deep reeds in the area.
Corre! 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 Osorio!
And then, things get even more terrifying.
Meu Deus! Osorio! Olha! Olha!
They saw 3 other balls of light coming from the first one and approaching the place where they were.
Osorio!
One of them was inside the water, and he tried to hide himself by going into the water. When they saw that ball of light coming, they were so afraid of that.
Vamos!
There's no question at all that they felt that their lives were in danger.
When 2 off-duty Brazilian cops and a friend sneak onto a private lake for some illegal fishing, their concern about getting caught is eclipsed by the sudden appearance of strange balls of light.
Olha! Olha! Vamos!
They are absolutely targeted by these objects.
The men are all too aware of a terrifying local legend surrounding these strange balls of light known as the Mother of God. They believe that the only thing that will appease her is human blood.
They told us that it's like these objects were actually probes, probing something, examining something.
This is not a random act.
These balls of light that would keep approaching and approaching and approaching them, they were in panic. Suddenly, it fired a beam of light towards the fishermen.
The light actually touches them.
They started thinking that those objects could not be something from this planet. There's no question at all that they felt that their lives were in danger.
Then suddenly, the balls of light vanish into thin air.
They just disappeared.
I think their overriding consideration was the fact that they might come back.
At that moment, they couldn't think straight. They just wanted to go back home.
When they try to start the engine, it won't start.
Some gasolina? Impossible.
They were very scared when they saw that they had no gas to come back home.
The real problem is these objects might come back, but it's a long way back to town. We're going to have to go somewhere to try to get some fuel. And that's exactly what they did.
Still shaken, João tells the man about their harrowing experience.
He actually admits to them that he's seen strange lights in the area himself.
Most people who see these probes in the rural areas of Brazil tend to believe that they have been observed by them.
Amigo. Pra casa com cuidado, amigos. Terá luz do dia em breve. Vá, vá.
There's a very unusual factor associated with this case.
É só meia-noite? Não, não. É 4:30. Pode ser.
He actually informs them that the time is actually 4:30 in the morning, and yet from their perspective, they were still thinking it was just around midnight. So they're absolutely shocked to find that 4 hours, at least 4 hours, has elapsed and they can't account for this time.
With their car refueled, the men flee the area. But what they can never escape is the curse of the Mother of God.
The three of the men were very traumatized with this experience. They told us that their lives turned upside down. They endured several physical and mental problems after it happened.
In the weeks following the incident, João Franco experiences hair loss on his torso and discolored skin on his face. Franco also experiences constant high fevers and has trouble breathing. But medical checks are unable to find an identifiable illness. Because a small airport is located near the lake property, many believe the lights were in fact a small aircraft flying at low altitude. But a local pilot refutes this theory, claiming to have seen a strange ball of light over the same area on numerous occasions.
Suddenly this beam of light hit him in the face. Sort of overcome with disorientation, he's trying to figure out what's happening, where he is.
In a small riverside town some 60 kilometers northwest of Montreal, Maurice Guindon and his wife head out to meet friends for dinner. leaving their teenage son Ivan in charge of the house.
Ivan Guindon was a 13-year-old boy who was babysitting his two younger sisters. He was described by friends and parents as a good kid who never seemed to get into trouble, was very responsible and not prone to making up wild stories.
But his kid sisters are determined not to make his job so easy.
Aïe, je t'ai dit, c'est tard, va te coucher.
"20 minutes later, with the girls finally asleep, the house is dead quiet. But not for long.
Shortly after 11 o'clock at night, there was a sudden explosion of noise.
Sort of a buzzing, whirring noise, almost like a transformer noise, an electrical kind of noise, which had seemed odd.
Ivan is pretty sure that whatever it is, his sisters are probably behind it.
He thought maybe the television had been left on. But it was not.
The noise is coming from somewhere. And Ivan isn't the only one to hear it.
Outside in the yard, the family dog was barking and yowling in a very unusual manner.
He notices a bright light coming from the bathroom.
He notices some sort of illumination. Having been left with the responsibility of looking after his two young sisters, he started to worry a little bit about what was going on.
C'est quoi ça?
Ivan is concerned he may be dealing with an intruder.
Through the window, he saw a very bright light.
But it's more than just a light.
He saw that it was actually an object partly hidden in the trees about 15 or 20 feet in the air. He heard the sound of what he thought was branches breaking.
And it appeared to, rather ominously for him, seem to be moving sort of closer to the house. And this obviously started to concern him.
Ivan immediately feels weak and disoriented.
As Ivan was watching this object, he said that he broke out in goosebumps as if the object itself was having some effect on his body. Did it mean harm to him and his family? He didn't know.
He could no longer see. He was blind.
In a small Quebec town, a mysterious bright object inches its way towards the house of 13-year-old Ivan Guindon and his unsuspecting sisters.
The object itself was having some effect on his body.
Ivan?
Ivan was concerned for his own well-being and for the safety of his sisters.
Ivan?
Diane, Denise, cache-toi! Cache-toi!
He started to observe this strange beam of light that seemed to slowly project from the bottom of the object.
Yvonne had the impression that this beam of light was somehow looking for something down on the ground.
Suddenly, this beam of light hit him in the face. He could no longer see. He was blind. Accompanying this blindness was sort of a very, very strong headache.
Slowly, Yvon starts to regain his sight.
Sort of overcome with disorientation, he's trying to figure out what's happening, where he is. Trying to figure out what's going on.
It took him quite a few minutes to regain composure again. The object was still there, but had taken on a completely different appearance. What he saw was that the object was now embedded inside a curtain or a bell jar of transparent light.
Like a dome over the top of the object.
Perhaps the air itself was electrically charged by the object. Perhaps it was giving off some sort of electromagnetic field. And that was how Yvon was able to see this bell jar or electrical effect.
This kind of phenomenon is known as St. Elmo's fire. Similar to lightning, it's a weather event in which ionized air glows around trees and other pointed objects.
The fact that this was so structured around the object sort of goes way beyond that kind of natural explanation. Then all of a sudden, this bell jar effect seemed to disappear.
And the object gets ready for takeoff.
As if an engine was revving up. The object zips away and is suddenly gone in a fraction of a second. Although the sound is reminiscent of a jet, everything else about this case suggests otherwise, that it was a definite disc-shaped object that was hovering very close, and at that time jets simply were incapable of doing that.
The events leave Yvon and his sisters terrified.
C'était pas comme un avion, c'était comme un disque volant géant. C'était dans la fenêtre, je l'ai vu, c'était dans...
His parents come home and find Ivan very agitated, looking as though he had seen a ghost. He clearly had experienced something very, very strange.
Aveuglé, j'ai un mal de tête, tout faisait mal.
For several days after the incident, Yvon experiences severe pain and reddening in his eyes. A Quebec UFO organization investigates the encounter. Citing Guindon's detailed description and unusual damage to the nearby trees, investigators conclude he had seen something other than a low-flying craft, such as a helicopter. While many dismiss Yvon Guindon's report on the basis that he was the sole witness, several other locals come forward over the next few months, reporting similar bright lights moving in the area. A little over a year later, on December 18, 1968, a nearly identical encounter is reported in a local schoolyard. Once again, witnesses describe a flying saucer bathed in a strange, almost solid light. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters.
Go.
After a stroll through the woods of southern Michigan with his dog Quasar, Frank Manor heads inside to warm up. An odd light in the sky gets his attention, but Frank makes little of it.
Frank Manor was a farmer. He was a very common sense, down-to-earth type of guy.
Frank Manor is ready for some quality family time with his wife and son Ronald.
What nonsense you watching now, Ronald?
Sci-fi movie set in outer space.
Let me join you then.
Are you from Europe?
During the 1960s, there were many, many good UFO sightings that raised a lot of interest. Just about everybody in the country was following it.
Go safely and leave some of the happiness behind.
What in the Sam, Henry? Hush, girl. What are you barking at? Just settle down. That darn dog has riled up something awful. Thanks, dear. Come on, son. Let's see what's wrong with that damn dog.
Hey, girl, it's okay. Hey, what's got you spooked?
Frank looked up, and that's when something caught his eye.
Dad, what are you looking at?
Well, isn't that something?
He noticed a light and was off to the north. He expected it was going to come down and hit the ground.
They wait for the impact.
And then it did something very unexpected.
What the?
It slowed and then stopped above the trees.
He doesn't know what he's looking at. He's never seen anything do that.
Frank Manor called the Washtenaw County Sheriff and said there's some kind of a light here.
The call reaches sheriff deputies David Fitzpatrick and Stanley McFadden.
Do you copy, over?
Say again?
There's a report of a strange light down at the Manor Farm. It's described as a brightly lit moving object.
Copy that, on our way.
The two Washtenaw County Sheriff's deputies were experienced officers.
Probably the two deputies felt they were being sent to a bogus report, but they go ahead and go out to do their investigation.
Dad, it's headed for the swamp. Dad, what are you...
All right, let's go. Come on.
As they approach the farm property, officers Fitzpatrick and McFadden also see the strange object.
Look at that. What do you think it is?
Frank and Ron head further into the swamp.
Frank has absolutely zero idea of what he's getting into.
Dispatch? Reporting the light at the Manor Farms dropped down in the swamp. Over.
Okay, go check it out. Try and figure out what it is, over.
Copy that.
Following orders, McFadden and Fitzpatrick set out to investigate.
It's in a swamp, not the type of location that you really want to trek around in late at night.
But Frank and Ron are not giving up.
Frank is definitely freaked out.
Isn't that something?
A strange object disappears into a dark swamp. Frank Manor and his son head out to investigate. While elsewhere in the swamp, 2 police officers are also looking for answers. No one has any idea of what they will find.
Frank doesn't know if this is going to be perhaps an aircraft that has crashed and he has to save someone.
Unbeknownst to Frank and Ron, police officers Fitzpatrick and McFadden are also looking for any signs of the object.
Dad, do you think it's gone?
No. It's out here.
Oh my God.
Frank estimated it was about the size of a small car, perhaps, with this mist hanging underneath it. The lights, red, blue, green, and white lights sometimes.
It has random various colors moving across the object. Frank is mesmerized. Suddenly, all the lights go out.
The object had either disappeared or taken off somewhere.
Whatever that light was, it's gone now. Let's make sure.
And now Frank is thinking, okay, what do I do now? What's happened? Should I continue moving forward or should I head back home?
The object resurfaces a few hundred meters from its last position. And then hundreds of meters in the opposite direction.
They could not see the object, and then they could see it. It would seem to come and go. I don't think that Frank Manor, at that particular time, and Ron Manor, his son, experienced fear as such. They were just curious. What is this thing?
There it is. I've never seen anything move like that.
Frank watched the object bounce up and down.
It was sputtering, as if it was in trouble. It appeared like it was having trouble taking off.
Frank is definitely freaked out. Whatever the problem was with this object, it looks like it took care of it. Because at the next moment, Frank sees the object zip away at a high rate of speed.
It passes over the policeman at the other end of the swamp.
Go, go, let's go, let's go!
The police tried to follow the object.
Fitzpatrick and McFadden immediately call for backup.
Dispatch, we're in pursuit of some kind of unknown moving object moving east from McGinnis Road.
Washtenaw County dispatched 6 police cars with 12 deputies.
In addition to the sheriff, there are also police cars from the city nearby that are coming into the area. So all available civilian resources have been deployed.
But it's all for nothing.
It was moving too rapidly for them to keep up with it.
Frank and his son take their time getting back home. The experience would haunt them for the rest of their lives.
Frank was not the only individual to see this object. There were dozens of other individuals who saw a similar type of object several days prior to this incident, as well as the next day.
In the days that follow, the U.S. Air Force send in astronomer and UFO investigator J. Allen Hynek to look into these reports. After a brief investigation, Hynek concludes the various witnesses saw fires caused by swamp gas, methane released by the decay of vegetation. Michigan Congressman and future President Gerald Ford dismisses Hynek's conclusion and immediately calls for a congressional hearing into UFOs. The House Committee on Foreign Affairs investigates the issue. The case is aired in public, but not the full hearings requested by Ford. Later, Hynek says the Air Force pressured him to provide a mundane explanation for the sightings. In 1973, he starts the privately funded Center for UFO Studies, dedicated to independent analysis.
This was out of place, unusual.
They were trying to figure out what the hell it was.
In southwestern France, just outside the town of Oloron, locals are confronted by a most unusual sight. Something is inching its way towards town. Past some of its most distinguished residents. And straight for the local college.
Ah, professeur, vous partez?
C'est ça, à bientôt.
Where Yves Préjean, blissfully unaware, is heading home for lunch.
Yves Préjean is head of college in the city of Oloron, which is a small city in the Pays Basque, the Basque country.
The Pringent family were living in a house located at the school. The Pringent family were well regarded within the community. His wife is also a teacher, and he has 3 young children.
Jean, à table.
The eldest son, Jean, being 10.
Jean?
Viens, papa, c'est fantastique.
Quoi, qu'est-ce qui se passe?
Viens, viens.
They see a strange cylindrical-shaped object out on the edge of the campus.
This was out of place, unusual, not an aircraft.
Jean, c'est quoi cela?
Aucune idée. Mais il continue à approcher.
The craft is once again on the move.
The cylinder was moving toward them.
Chérie, viens voir.
Viens avec moi.
The object slowly positions itself directly over the school campus.
Regarde, il y a beaucoup de petits nuages.
And is joined by other smaller objects.
These little small objects look like small clouds.
Qu'est-ce que c'est?
Je ne sais pas.
They had a great view from the window, but the object wasn't nearby, and he wanted to see more details. So he went to get his binoculars.
And then he began to see what kind of object they were.
It's clear that they're not little fluffy clouds.
C'est incroyable.
Préjean saw a red sphere surrounded by a yellow disc.
Seconds later,
C'est quoi ce truc? C'est quoi cela?
Incroyable, hein?
the large object seems to expel something into the atmosphere.
Regarde, il tombe.
were picking it up and handling it and trying to figure out what the hell it was.
In and around the French town of Oloron, various witnesses, including Yves Préjean and his family, watch as a cylindrical object rains down odd, stringy material.
There was something that looked like white smoke that was coming out of it.
This smoke didn't behave like normal smoke. It didn't sort of waft off upwards into the air.
It was slowly falling down toward the ground.
And the Préjean aren't the only ones to have noticed.
Yves Préjean and his family see that other members of the school community are already there and they're starting to try and investigate and figure out what this material is.
The objects emitting the glowing material hover overhead.
The material that was falling to the ground, it was solid and wispy. It was in long strands. Some people describe the strands as nylon fibers.
Material seemed to be more like spider's web, white spider's web. You had this fall taking place in a community of teachers, and I think they had that inquiring mind. They were picking it up and handling it and trying to do things with it and figure out what the hell it was.
They were not scared, but intrigued.
One of the teachers actually tried to conduct some experiments on the material and tried to burn it.
And it burned like cellophane.
Regarde comment ça brûle.
Wool or cotton or nylon would not burn so fast and so easily.
UFO experts have given this strange material a name.
It has become known as angel hair.
The dominant theory is that angel hair is formed when ionized air sleets off an electromagnetic field surrounding an unidentified craft. But there are other explanations.
The leading theory about angel hair is that it is spider's web or spider's silk. That what we see in the sky as UFOs are actually giant clumps of spiders that are migrating in the fall, and that they are spinning strands of their web and silk as they go, and this stuff falls to the ground. Some people tried to get samples of it that they could take to a lab. But the odd thing is, and this has been reported so many times in angel hair cases, is that it dissipates on its own over time.
Whatever is produced, this strange material doesn't stick around for long.
The large object and the smaller objects gradually left the scene and disappeared in the distance.
The bizarre crafts are last seen heading eastward towards Toulouse. And with their disappearance, so goes the angel hair.
All of it had dissipated.
The Préjean family and the immediate school community were left with a rather impenetrable mystery.
Many refute the theory of airborne spiders, pointing out that spider webs don't evaporate in the way the stringy material in Oloron was observed to have disappeared. 5 days later, the mystery would repeat itself in the nearby town of Tarn, where similar flying objects leave an identical trail of bizarre material. When finally analyzed, the composition of the angel hair reveals silicon, calcium, magnesium, and boron, all minerals found in the Earth's crust. But why these elements would suddenly appear and bind together into fibers is unknown. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters.
Hey, Keith. Aren't you a little bit too old for this?
Way to go, Keith.
And I suppose you want some candy, too?
What can I say? We're just young at heart.
Have fun. Tinley Park is a nice, pleasant place, pretty much what you might call a classic bedroom suburb. And Halloween night, of course, has parents and children out in the street trick-or-treating.
It's a very, very nice area to live. In fact, it was noted as one of the best places in the United States to raise a family.
Again? T.J. Japcon, one of the primary witnesses that night, is a family man. He managed a chemical plant and also an astronomy enthusiast. All of a sudden, he sees some bright lights in the distance that he can tell right away are unusual.
But this isn't the first time TJ has seen something strange in the sky.
Honey? Honey? TJ had seen something similar a couple of months before. He was interested in UFOs, as I know from talking to him. And so he was kind of ready to leap into action. Go get the camcorder. In the August sighting, he was one of thousands of people who saw something that night.
Here.
TJ hadn't had a camera handy and so was not able to videotape. But in October, on Halloween night, the camera was ready and TJ was too. He could see that they were 3 red lights and that they were moving in unison as if they were connected.
Hello?
Jenny, are you seeing what I'm seeing?
I know. TJ's filming it right now.
Me too. I'm getting it down on video.
Vince has got it too.
Hi, Jenny.
What could this possibly be?
Part of the Tinley sightings of Halloween 2004 involved a gentleman named Bob Anderson. And that's a pseudonym. Like a lot of UFO witnesses, he has requested anonymity. Bob was a 38-year-old contractor, tradesman. He was driving home from work, going south just east of Tinley Park. And he notices something that's not typical. It's an unusual light. Doesn't look like any aircraft he's ever seen. Doesn't look like anything in the air that he's ever seen before, so it gets his attention. As he's driving further, he's noticing this is so unusual that he wants to call his daughter. Bob's 17-year-old daughter, Frances,
This place is kind of creepy.
has been out trick-or-treating with her boyfriend.
Isn't it awesome?
It's pretty awesome.
Frances is outside with her boyfriend in another part of town.
Hey, Dad, what's up?
Hey, sweetheart.
You okay?
Yeah? Why?
You see anything in the sky?
Some kind of big object?
Oh. Yeah, that's weird.
Whoa.
So Bob calls his daughter Frances. He says, "Do you see any unusual things in the sky?"
Bob was seeing a fairly bright, large object that he thought was coming closer to him.
What are you seeing exactly?
Like 3 red lights way up in the sky?
Well, Bob's not seeing 3 red lights.
It's more than lights.
What is it then?
The lights over Bob had descended and were very, very low over him. They're looking at 2 completely different objects.
Dad, stay in the car!
He's thinking this thing is as big as a house, and he has no idea if it's going to come down. Dozens of residents in a suburb of Chicago witnessed 3 strange lights in the sky. But one man encounters something different.
It's more than lights.
What is it then?
Well, what's happening as he's talking with his daughter is that, at least for Bob, this situation escalated really fast. He's driving, this thing comes right at him, is practically on top of him. He's freaking out, but he's also fascinated.
Dad, what's going on? You're making me nervous.
Francis, I can't believe what I'm seeing.
What do you mean, Dad?
It's like a giant horseshoe. It's some kind of spaceship.
Bob was describing to her a fairly large horseshoe-shaped object.
And he says, those aren't lights in the sky. That's a spaceship, and it's about 100 feet above me.
A spaceship. Dad, don't kid about this. It's not funny.
I don't know. I can't see it that clearly.
It's difficult because he's turned off into a road that's a very quiet road with a lot of trees around.
He was hoping that he could get to a spot where he could just get a better angle and actually just kind of see the whole thing in perspective.
Francis, look, they're moving.
Whatever it is that Francis, TJ, and thousands of other Tinley Park witnesses are watching, it appears to be on the move.
Are we in any danger? Dad, I don't like this. You gotta come home.
Don't worry, Francis. I'll be home soon.
Dad, please.
But the object Bob is tracking isn't going anywhere. It comes back into view.
He pulls off the road. He's trying to get the best look of this object that he can.
Bob got out of his car to look more closely at the UFO, which may have alarmed his daughter, but witnesses do that. Some people are bolder.
Dad?
Nearly directly above him is this object that looks unlike anything he's ever seen before.
He could see that it was curved, shiny, almost beautiful. It was gigantic.
He's thinking this thing is as big as a house, and he has no idea if it's going to come down.
Dad, please.
The object rapidly took off towards the north-northwest.
Suddenly he realizes his vehicle is blocking the road. And at that point he gets back in and he just drives off.
Sweetie, I'm all right. I'm coming home.
Okay. I love you, Daddy.
Even based on what Bob and his daughter Frances saw, just on those two people, it's evident that what we're seeing in Tinley Park on that night are at least 2 crafts.
In many sightings, at least where there's more than one object, the UFOs do not always look the same. Having people see multiple types of objects in Tinley Park that night would not be that unusual.
Both the nature and the number of objects in the sky that night remains in doubt. But the thousands of witness reports cannot be dismissed. Local authorities received over 50 UFO reports on August 21st and October 31st, 2004. But Tinley Park is close to 2 of America's busiest airports, and neither reported any unusual objects in the skies. A nearby Chicago police department explained the lights as weather balloons or flares, but no witness described the lights descending like flares, and their movement defied wind patterns that affect balloons. Within 24 hours of the Halloween sightings, an unidentified triangular object was photographed over Minneapolis and another over Prince Rupert, Canada. Due to the large amount of video, the incidents received widespread media attention. It was listed as one of the top 10 close encounters caught on tape.
He saw this dark cloud that seemed to be moving toward him. It just seemed to get closer and closer.
He estimated it to be at least the size of a football stadium.
Hey, that was a good one. Hey, buddy. Come on.
Cliff Taylor, a retired contractor, arrives home in one of America's safest neighborhoods.
Come on. Come on. Come on, Rusty. Bedtime.
Bucks County is a small community that's about 30 miles north of Philadelphia. It's really a very nice residential area.
For Cliff, nothing caps off a long walk with his dog like a good night's sleep.
Cliff Taylor was a retired businessman, very sharp, very articulate, very intelligent man.
Cliff's in his bed, sleeping soundly. All of a sudden, his dog starts to bark.
Something outside catches the dog's attention.
Buddy, what's that?
He saw this dark cloud that seemed to be moving toward him.
It wasn't a typical cloud. It was a round, symmetrically shaped cloud.
He thought it was very unusual because this was a clear night.
He could see it was clearly a structured object.
This object was moving too slow to be a plane, and he said it was kind of moving at about 25 miles an hour.
Buddy, wake up! You gotta see this.
But Cliff's wife doesn't hear him.
Cliff's wife was actually sleeping in a different room because he snores.
Honey, wake up!
One of the things that startled Cliff was the way the craft was moving.
It would move and then stop for a second, then move and stop very quickly.
He described it as though he was watching an old movie newsreel and they had edited out some strips and it just seemed to skip through the sky.
He watched the object until it disappeared from his viewpoint.
Cliff, do you have any idea what time it is?
You won't believe what I just saw.
His wife was skeptical when he told her what he had seen.
She just went back to bed.
I have to be up in 2 hours.
Cliff wasn't sure what he had seen. Was he imagining something? But it was gone.
And there was nothing there.
But it won't be long before Cliff Taylor gets a second look.
This thing's going over his property. He was totally consumed with it. The size of a football stadium.
Cliff Taylor sees an enormous dark object fly over his house. But when he gets outside for a better look, there's nothing there.
What can we do for you today, Mr. Taylor?
Thanks for taking my call.
He called the police department and the local newspaper to see if there had been any reports, and no one else had reported what he had seen.
Weeks later, Cliff Taylor is still haunted by the experience.
He couldn't get it out of his head as to what he saw. Why did it move the way it moved, and why did it come over his house?
But his experience is far from over.
Cliff is laying in bed. It's 4 in the morning. There was an electrical storm taking place, a heat lightning storm.
Cliff was clearly troubled after the first event, and when the dog woke him up the second time, he had a very strange feeling.
He looks out his window. There it is again.
The shape appeared to be hexagon from his perspective.
He knew he wasn't looking at a conventional craft.
He estimated it to be at least 300-400 yards across. The size of a football stadium.
It just seemed to get closer and closer. And then it passed over his house. What was he looking at? Because it just seemed very unnatural to him.
This thing's going over his property, and he was totally consumed with it.
When the heat lightning went off, Cliff realized he wasn't looking at one object. He was possibly looking at as many as 6 items all docked together.
Each one of those triangles would probably be the size of a small commercial jet.
Just like an aircraft carrier that has numerous planes that are on the deck of the aircraft carrier.
Honey, come back inside.
Cliff's wife comes outside to check on him.
Is everything okay?
Seconds too late.
What are you looking at?
The outside edges of it seemed to shimmer, and the image got kind of wavy, and then it disappeared.
What is it?
Bucks County was just a very interesting case. We had over 200 sightings in a short period of 3 months, and it more than tripled the amount of UFO sightings we would normally have in that area. What made this sighting very unusual is that this one involved what we would call a mothership, and that's highly unusual. Most instances you're seeing one craft, or you're seeing 2 of the smaller craft. Throughout this Bucks County UFO wave, this was the only one where the witness reported seeing a mothership.
Cliff Taylor reaches out to local UFO investigators, including John Ventre, who conduct interviews with him and many of the other 200 witnesses. They are unable to come up with any reasonable explanation for the sightings. One thing investigators claim is that this object did not have a transponder signal, the signal that aircraft must use to identify themselves. Despite radar data and hundreds of witness reports, the FAA does not believe these sightings warrant an investigation. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. Driving through the dark woods of northern Ohio, Irma, her son Charlie, and her niece Karen make their way back home after a family visit.
Hey, Mom.
Yes, sweetie.
I really gotta go.
Good gracious, Charlie, why didn't you think of that before we left?
Hey, Mom, you hear that? I think it's a chopper.
800 meters above, a U.S. Army helicopter crew is returning to their home base in Cleveland.
They're on a training flight, getting what we call nighttime flight hours, because regulations require you get a certain number of nighttime hours to keep your proficiency up.
The men are reservists.
A reservist is somebody who serves 1 weekend a month, has an annual training of 2 weeks in the summer, but he has a full-time job of something else.
Calling the shots for the 316th Unit is Captain Larry Coyne, a 19-year veteran of the Army Reserve.
He's the guy in charge of the helicopter and the operation.
At his side is Lieutenant Arrigo Jesse.
Arrigo Jesse is trained as a chemical engineer. He would be the co-pilot on this aircraft.
So you guys got plans for the weekend?
Knowing Yanichuk, he'll probably spend his weekend inside a library.
Oh, come on, Healy. Would it kill you to read a book?
You both gotta get a life.
Seated behind the cockpit are Sergeant John Healy and Crew Chief Robert Yanichuk.
Well, baseball time. You guys ready?
Oh, yeah.
Yep.
Top of the seventh, folks. Buzz Harding on the mound. His 2-0 pitch to Stuart Hill. It's a hit to center field.
Yes!
Bringing in Matty Coxton, team, and they're up 2-0. I like their chances of Steve Bob, who's pitching. And of course, they've got Timmy Parker. He's lights out.
Healy saw a red light. He wasn't really sure it was an aircraft, but it wasn't that close. It was moving parallel to them, but in the reverse direction. Healy was not concerned so much so that he did not tell the other crew members. He didn't make much of it.
Healy isn't the only one to see the red light.
That's strange. Hey, Mom, look!
Charlie, come on! Let's go, we gotta get home, hurry up!
A few minutes later, that red light shows up on the other side of the aircraft, and Yanichuk sees it.
It's moved from something that doesn't pose a threat to something that poses a possible threat to him, because it's maneuvering around the aircraft.
Hey, Cap. Yeah? 5 miles out, you see it? Yep. Keep an eye on it, will you? Roger.
It's bright enough and distinct enough that they definitely are wondering about it.
Hey, Captain, she's turning. She's coming at us now. Got it. That's strange. Could be an F-100 off course.
After all, there is an airport a few kilometers away in Mansfield. But this doesn't look like a jet aircraft.
On an aircraft, you've got red and green navigation lights. He doesn't see the green light, he doesn't see the red anti-collision light. Now they're becoming a little bit nervous about the situation. They're wondering what's going to happen.
Let me take over.
All yours.
Captain Coyne takes over the controls.
Mansfield, this is Army Helicopter 15444.
He decides to call the Mansfield Airport where F-100s are based.
This is Mansfield approach. Go ahead, 15444.
Mansfield 15444, do you have any high-performance craft in the air? Mansfield 15444, do you have any high-performance craft in the air?
This thing starts coming toward them.
The crew is very worried because the light is coming right at them.
We've moved beyond normal stuff now. This beam hits the people on the ground.
While returning to home base, a U.S. Army helicopter crew is tracking a strange light in the distance.
Hey, Captain, she's turning. She's coming at us now.
which their captain wants to identify.
Try VHF. If no luck, try the tower.
Mansfield approach, 15444. Do you read me?
They could tell their mics were working. They didn't hear anything back from the air traffic control.
Captain, it's really moving.
We better buckle up, Healy.
They are certainly very worried.
We descend now.
In a matter of seconds, the chopper drops 30 meters. But it's still not fast enough.
You've got the collective all the way down. You can't push it down any further.
Captain's coming right for us. Brace yourselves!
And then something truly inexplicable takes place.
A green beam bathes the whole inside of the cabin.
Captain, what the hell is this thing?
Oh my gosh, Mom, what is that?
It's okay, honey. We're gonna pull over and take a look.
They looked up in the sky and they saw both this odd object and they saw the helicopter.
Then something else shocks the crew.
At some point, the helicopter stopped moving toward the ground.
Captain, we're not descending anymore.
The crew is momentarily disoriented. They feel like they're just hovering. And what's even more confusing is that their compass isn't working right.
If this is an object emitting an electromagnetic field, it would certainly throw off the magnetic compass.
We're up the creek now.
Everybody stay calm.
This beam gets to people on the ground.
When the green beam shone down on him, Irma jumped right back in the car.
As they're watching the thing, this green beam shuts off. They see the object move away from the helicopter.
What's going on? We're climbing.
As the craft disappeared, they were astounded to learn that they were now ascending into the sky.
I don't understand. The collective's already down.
The collective is all the way down. They should be descending rapidly, but they're not. Suddenly they're climbing at an extraordinary rate.
3,800 feet. Hold on.
In desperation, Captain Coyne goes against logic. He pulls up on the collective.
Once they got up to about 3,800 feet, there was some kind of a bump in the aircraft, some kind of physical reaction.
What the hell, Captain? What was that?
Suddenly, everything is operating just the way it's supposed to.
This is Mansfield approach. Go ahead, 15444.
It's as if something had been turned off, and now he's regained control of the aircraft. It's operating as it should.
Tell them we're going home.
I've got probably 1,500, 2,000 hours in a helicopter, and I have no idea what happened to that aircraft. I can think of nothing that would explain those sorts of circumstances in a helicopter.
They were shaken up, but they were relieved because they were still in one piece. They'd survived whatever this thing was, and they were going to be happy to be home to Cleveland.
The next morning, witnesses are questioned about the incident. Comparable times, distances, and directions support the possibility that Irma and the chopper crew saw the same object. UFO skeptic Philip Klass believes the crew mistook a fireball of the Orionid meteor shower for the object. UFO researcher Jenny Zeidman dismisses Klass's theory due to the length of the encounter and the deceleration and hard-angle maneuvering of the object. The Air Force allows the crew to speak publicly about their experience. In 1978, as part of an effort to create an international committee to study UFOs, Captain Coyne recounts the incident at the United Nations.
What on earth's that?
light from it is so bright that he actually has to shield himself. Going through his mind was, am I in physical danger?
At the West Yorkshire Metropolitan Police Station, it's another slow Saturday night.
Dispatch, reports of a disturbance on Burnley Road. You'll be getting a call soon.
Oh, cheers, boss. Tobingham Police, can I help you? Sorry, I beg your pardon, sir. Did you say cows on the housing estate?
This is not something that had ever happened before, reports of cows wandering through the streets of Todmorden, so it was extremely bizarre.
OK, yeah. Can you hold for me, please? Yes, I can. Thanks. It looks like some farmer's fence has got a hole in it. There's cows all over the road by the housing estate on Burnley Road. Do we have anyone down there? PC Godfrey.
PC Alan Godfrey is very much your typical small-town cop, well regarded in the local community.
Dispatch to PC Godfrey.
PC Godfrey, go ahead, dispatch.
Are you out by the housing estate on Burnley Road? Looks like there could be some cows roaming loose there. Can you do a drive-by?
Cows?
You pulling me leg?
No, PC Godfrey, I said cows.
Copy that, dispatch. I'm on my way.
PC Godfrey heads towards a residential development known as the Burnley Road Housing Estate.
Dispatch, I'm approaching the estate now.
Okay, copy that, PC Godfrey.
As he's looking for these cows, he looks and he sees something strange over the road.
In that split second, he believes that a bus has skidded across the road further up Burnley Road.
Dispatch, I've got what looks like a large vehicle. Yeah, angled across the road up ahead.
Not been any reports of any accidents, has there?
No, that's a negative.
Yo, I'm gonna go check it out.
If a bus has ended up horizontally blocking the road, has it hit one of these cows? Or has the driver braked suddenly and skidded in an attempt to avoid hitting one? Clearly, he's thinking these two things are linked.
Obviously, from Alan's point of view, there may be injuries and he would have to get involved in getting people out.
As he gets closer, it's clear to him that this is no bus.
What on earth's that?
The officer stops within 30 meters of the object.
He's looking at a solid craft of some description.
Oh my God!
He describes it as a diamond-shaped object, approximately 16 feet by 20 feet.
Light from it is so bright that he actually has to raise his hand and shield himself from this. This object was hovering and rotating. I mean, this was so close to him that through his mind was perhaps going through the thought, am I in physical danger here?
PC Godfrey, do you read me?
But then a very bizarre thing happened.
On a dark road in northern England, Police Constable Alan Godfrey is on the lookout for stray cows. Instead, he encounters a bizarre and terrifying object.
What on earth's that?
As a police officer investigating this, you look for all the rational explanations of what it might be, balloon, microlight, that kind of thing, and you go through a process of elimination.
The nearest he could describe the effect of this object, it was like being underneath a Harrier jump jet, which is capable of vertical takeoff and landing. But if you were as close to a Harrier jump jet as Alan Godfrey was to this object, I mean, the noise from the engines is indescribable. And yet this object was almost completely silent.
Dispatch, this is Godfrey. Do you read me? Dispatch, this is PC Godfrey. Do you read me?
Tries his personal radio, but he can't get through. There's nothing, it's just static. He then went to use his main set.
Todman and Dispatch, this is PC Godfrey. Do you read?
But he was unable to get hold of control.
When you have one piece of equipment malfunction, you can speculate that the problem is with the equipment. But when two completely independent systems fail at the same time, there could be an external cause to this. Perhaps the energy source, the propulsion system, somehow interferes with things like radios. What he decides to do is the only thing he can do, make sure that there's a record of this.
But then a very bizarre thing happened.
Suddenly the light in his car gets brighter and brighter. It's like it's swirling around, blinding light.
What the? His next conscious memory is he's suddenly like 100 meters, 100 yards further up the road. As he looks round, the object has gone.
He got out and he examined the area carefully.
He noticed that where the object had been hovering, the ground appeared to be drier than that of the outside of the circular path.
Does it mean that a heat source was coming out of the object? I mean, where there's light, there's usually heat. Could it be a combination of those two things?
Any luck?
I can't get hold of him.
Try again. Dispatch to PC Godfrey.
The line's dead.
As a no-nonsense kind of guy, and as somebody who was concerned how this would look on his police record, in his mind, the physical evidence was clear. He had to face the facts. Something truly extraordinary had happened to him.
PC Godfrey, do you read me?
Godfrey, where have you been? Did you find the cows?
When Godfrey got back to the police station, he was extremely worried about how to report this.
6:30? How can that be?
What the devil are you talking about? Where have you been?
PC Godfrey can't account for nearly an hour of lost time.
And he's thinking, what? He's confused.
Sir, you're gonna have to come with me.
His colleague agreed to go back with him to the site of the encounter.
When I later spoke with PC Malcolm Agley, he confirmed that when he'd returned to the scene with Alan Godfrey, that there indeed was a circular patch of leaves and broken branches, and that within the circle, that it was much drier than the outside.
Godfrey, what happened to you?
To be honest, Gov, I can't explain it.
But there's something else that can't be explained.
Them cows.
The Burnley Road cows have somehow made it into a fenced-off makeshift rugby pitch nearby.
And what was really odd about this was that the field was locked off on three sides.
There was only one access site.
Oh, crikey.
Which was about half a mile away.
How are they getting there?
But there was no marks or tracks that would indicate that they'd come from that direction. It was almost as if somebody had picked up 6 cows and just gently placed them onto the rugby pitch.
The quest to find out just what happened to Police Constable Alan Godfrey immediately kicks off. Local school caretaker Lionel Smith reports seeing a strange object in the sky about 5 minutes before Godfrey's sighting. 2 other police officers from nearby Littleborough also say they saw a strange light that night, some 30 minutes before his sighting. Put under hypnosis on 4 separate occasions, Godfrey claims to recall being abducted by an alien life form during the so-called lost time of the encounter. Despite ridicule, Godfrey never recants his story. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. The evening started off well for Norman Muscarello, but now it's after midnight, and he's stuck on Route 150.
Norman Muscarello had just turned 18 years of age. He was several days away from enlisting in the United States Navy. And at around 2 a.m., he was on his way home. He had been with his girlfriend, and he was hitching a ride back home toward Exeter.
His hopes for a quick ride home are fading fast.
It's late at night. It's not the easiest thing to get a ride at 2 a.m. He's alone on the road when he sees something incredible.
This was some kind of a light off in the distance. He was very familiar with this area. He knew that this was a light that shouldn't have been there. He knew that that light was somewhat suspicious, although he didn't pay much mind to it.
It's getting late. Norman feels his eyes are starting to play tricks on him. And with more than 10 kilometers to go until he reaches town, he's not catching any breaks.
Who would pick up a person at 2 o'clock in the morning?
In nearby Exeter, veteran officer Eugene Bertrand returns from doing his rounds.
Eugene Bertrand was a police officer at Exeter, New Hampshire. He'd been on the force for a number of years. He'd also been former United States Air Force.
Hey, Bertrand. How's the patrol tonight?
Oh, man, I had a live one tonight. Found this lady pulled over just outside of town. Took 15 minutes to calm her down.
He finds out from her that she had been pursued, as she said, by a large, red, low UFO that had actually chased her for several miles down this stretch of road.
One of those nights, huh?
Bertrand was skeptical. The officers he talked to about it probably all got a good laugh out of it.
On the outskirts of town, still 8 kilometers away, Norman again notices a strange light in the distance. Except now, there are 4 more.
These lights were very unusual in their pattern. They were red lights, and they would go in a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 pattern.
This was certainly no aircraft that he was looking at. He was sure of that.
There's no known aircraft that the United States Air Force flies or any commercial airliner uses that has that type of a pattern. Norman Muscarello sees this pattern of lights rise and come in his direction. He had this very strong sense they were aware of him.
He sees a light in the distance that very suddenly comes towards him.
He dives to the ground because he's afraid that he's going to get hit.
He was fearing for his life.
He sees it, it's moving off, and the next thing, it's just lost to view. Norman is very worked up at this point, and he's highly agitated.
Had to get into town. He desperately wanted to get to the police department. He sees lights coming over the hill. He dashes to the road, and he thought, I'm going to stop this car one way or the other.
Stop! 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 Take me to the nearest police station.
And they drive him to the police station. This is a town where everyone knew everyone, and the police force was just a handful of cops.
There was something on the road.
Norman Muscarello was just talking a mile a minute about having seen this incredible, terrifying UFO that had nearly practically attacked him. And now the police officers, having had one previous UFO report from earlier in the evening, they were prepared to listen to him.
Do you remember where it happened?
Sure do.
Hunt, I'll call you on the radio.
At this point, it's not that the cops thought, oh my goodness, we have flying saucers here, but they were at least at the point willing to consider that there was something going on that was worthy of investigation.
This was not the last that Norman saw of this craft. He never could have dreamt that he would have 2 UFO experiences in the same night.
Suddenly, they could hear the sound of animals going crazy.
That's it. I will shoot.
He's screaming, "I'll shoot it, I'll shoot it."
I will shoot.
While hitchhiking late at night, Norman Muscarello is nearly run down by a brightly lit, unidentified object. After reporting the incident to local policeman Eugene Bertrand, they head back to the scene to investigate.
So as they drive out in Officer Bertrand's cruiser, they park in the area, and there's nothing happening.
The object is not there when they arrive.
I don't know, kid. There doesn't seem to be anything out here. Sure it wasn't just a plane from the Air Force Base?
No, it wasn't a plane. It flew right over my head.
All right.
People in that area were very familiar with what military craft looked like and sounded like.
Bertrand is told to investigate. Headquarters says, walk around with Norman and see what you can find.
The officer doesn't see anything, and he's skeptical, of course.
Bertrand is starting to think this is a dead lead, there's nothing going on here, and he's starting to think maybe it's time to head back.
Listen to that.
Suddenly, they could hear the sound of animals going crazy, primarily horses and dogs, neighing and barking and howling.
The officer took his flashlight and kind of panned the field, and suddenly, this large object,
That's it?
with red flashing lights, rose up.
What in God's name is that?
Bertrand was very shocked. He picks up the radio and says, "I see the damn thing myself."
I repeat, object in view.
The dispatcher summoned Officer Hunt to get to the scene.
Officer Bertrand was not expecting to see what he now saw. As it got closer, they thought they could see an outline of the object. No detail, but a shape. It seemed to be round and have a diameter of roughly 40-45 feet or so, roughly the size of a barn. Norman Muscarello knew that this was the same object, and the terror came back immediately to him. This object kept coming and coming and coming at them.
Officer Bertrand actually draws his gun.
I will shoot!
And in fact, he's so agitated, he's practically screaming, "I'll shoot it, I'll shoot it." This is really intense. You're only gonna pull your gun if you need it or if you mean to use it.
But the object begins to retreat.
He thinks better of it and doesn't fire his weapon.
At that point, Officer Hunt shows up in his squad car.
Even though Hunt arrived as this thing was leaving, it was still odd enough to him that he could tell this was unlike anything he had ever seen.
Okay, Bertrand, what's this about a UFO?
The object moved off and then eventually vanished off in the direction of Hampton.
They don't go after it because there's no point. There's no way that they can keep up with it.
Officer Bertrand, Exeter Station. Be advised, Hampton PD is reporting a UFO sighting over their location. Exeter, over and out.
You've got at least 5 people seeing this object from different vantage points, different locations, all describing it in totally consistent manner. Two of those witnesses were police officers who are, I would say, unusually good witnesses. They're trained observers, and they were trained to be detached and objective in what they see.
But for Norman, the sighting takes its toll.
Norman said that he still had dreams, he had trouble sleeping at times, and this was something that greatly affected him.
Two officers from nearby Pease Air Force Base interview Norman Muscarello and other eyewitnesses. The Air Force announces that what these witnesses saw was a military aircraft participating in a training exercise called Operation Big Blast. But policemen Bertrand and Hunt dispute the Air Force report, insisting that whatever they had encountered could not have been man-made. Because the Air Force cannot positively confirm that one of their aircraft was the cause of the sightings, they ultimately designate the object in question unidentified.
He's wondering, okay, is it going to land? Is it going to crash? He is scared. He doesn't know what's happening.
C'est même pas vrai.
Écoute, faut bien que je termine. Tu y vas?
Et je m'en vais.
Passe une bonne journée.
Ouais, toi aussi.
Je t'aime. Oh chérie, n'oublie pas le pain, s'il te plaît.
Je sais.
Near a small village in the south of France, Renato Nicolai is enjoying a slow afternoon working on his property.
Renato Nicolai is an Italian immigrant in Aix-en-Provence. He's married to a French woman, and they have a little farming area that they take care of.
Renato!
Oui.
Au revoir!
Ciao, bye.
Renato Nicolai worked every day in his garden. It is a rather agricultural countryside, not very far from the Mediterranean Sea. It was in January, and it was cool weather. He was quietly working on a little shelter for a water pump. Suddenly, his attention was caught by a faint whistle. It was a rather isolated area. There was no factory or school or anything in the surrounding. That sound was coming from the sky.
He looked up into the sky and saw an oval-shaped object descending.
A round object coming rather rapidly toward him, toward his garden.
There were no flames, no exhaust, nothing to indicate how the object was moving.
He realized immediately that it could not be a standard aircraft.
What Nicolai saw descending from the sky was somewhat what we think of in the typical flying saucer, except it was smashed together a little bit more.
The object was moving rather fast, descending rather fast toward the garden.
He's wondering, okay, is it going to land? Is it going to crash? As the object's descending, he can't see it go all the way to the ground, but almost to the ground.
He certainly thought of something which was going to crash.
Renato pursues the object across his property to investigate.
Is this object really going to land, or is it just going to impact? He is scared. He doesn't know what's happening.
Anticipating a crash, Renato takes cover.
All of a sudden, he felt like he heard a certain thud or certain impact with the ground. He did not hear the loud noise you would expect from a crash, so he suspects the object has landed. He doesn't know if this is going to be perhaps an aircraft or whether it's some unknown object.
Whatever this object is, it's right in his own backyard.
What's happening? What's going on? Should he go forward or should he get out of there?
Renato Nicolai is working in his yard when he sees a strange object hurtling towards the ground. It appears to land right behind his house.
At this point in time, Renato has got to be wondering about, okay, who's just landed on my property and what's going on, and should I go check on it and see, you know, is there damage that's been done or what's the situation?
The dimensions of the craft were about 2.5 meters large and 1.5 meters thick. There were two little extensions that you could see.
They look like landing gear to him. Renato makes his decision. He's going to go forward and determine what is it that he's seeing. Nikolai gets within about 200 feet of this object, so he's pretty close.
We had a very good view of the object.
Nikolai doesn't have any idea of exactly what he's seeing, it's just he knows it's something he's never seen before.
Suddenly the whistling started again.
He sees the object begin to move at a 45-degree diagonal. And it moves up a certain amount, it kind of halts.
It certainly was not a conventional propulsion system because there would have been some kind of exhaust, yes, and the flames or something like that.
As the object moved up slowly, it tilted. And then suddenly, it zips off at a high rate of speed. We have no technology where an object can suddenly take off without seeing some form of propulsion mechanism. In 1981, we did have remote-controlled objects at that point in time, but we didn't have anything that could come in through the trees like that. There's nothing that we know of that's going to act in that manner.
Later on, he approached his wife and told her what he had seen, but she was skeptical for that evening. She didn't believe him.
The next day, his wife has a change of heart and reports his sighting to local authorities.
The gendarmerie went to his farmhouse and they found two concentric circles. The soil definitely, to the gendarmes, looks like it has been affected because it looks like it has been compressed by a heavy object. So something has done that, and they want to find out what. They immediately took soil samples as well as vegetative samples of plants that were near this circular area.
The two main points of this case, which was studied officially, is that it left a lot of physical evidence to study. The second point is that it was one of the most thoroughly investigated cases scientifically in all UFO history.
Though what he saw remains a mystery, Renato Nicolai would maintain it was not of this world. GAPAN, a unit of the French space agency mandated to investigate UFO reports, is called in to examine the site and collect soil and vegetation samples for analysis. The samples taken by forensic technicians are quickly analyzed in the lab, The results are startling. Plant matter taken from the landing spot show a significant reduction in chlorophyll levels, as if the plants had aged with unnatural speed. This effect is consistent with exposure to radiation. The soil underwent a chemical reaction that typically takes place nearly 600 degrees centigrade, well over 1,000 degrees Fahrenheit. This temperature is consistent with microwave radiation, like the type that's used in a microwave oven. But scientists do not comprehend how the craft could have propelled itself with microwaves. Because of the rare physical evidence, the case attracts intense media interest in France and continues to be studied by UFO experts today. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. It's the new year, and Erath County resident Lance Jones is getting together with good friends Mike and Steve for a game of poker.
Nice setup. Imagine what he'd get up to if his wife didn't really like him. Hey, buddy.
Gentlemen.
Yeah.
Happy New Year.
Boy, Viva Cohiba.
First Cuban of the year is always the best.
I personally interviewed the key witnesses in the Stephenville case.
Anyone for poker?
Yeah, sure, I can stand to win some money.
Sounds good.
Steve Allen is a civilian pilot.
5-card stud, gentlemen.
Here, want what?
Yes, I do.
Lance was a mail carrier.
There you go.
Throw another log of wood on the fire, would you?
I can do that.
And Mike was a friend of Steve Allen. They were going to have a few beers and then enjoy the night sky. Mike notices 4 very bright lights coming out of the northeast.
Let's go, Mike. Hurry up. Hey, take a look at that.
Steve described these lights as the size of 3 or 4 full moons, which is taking up a very large amount of sky.
What is that?
Couple of planes? In formation? Why don't we hear any engines?
As a pilot with 30 years' experience, Steve Allen is having a hard time believing what he's seeing.
Steve Allen is familiar with aircraft, he's familiar with aviation. As a pilot, you have to recognize what is around you because it could pose a possible threat, so you have to be alert, you have to be aware of what is in the sky. He's not going to be fooled by other airplanes around him.
I'll just grab my wallet from the car.
20 kilometers away, Constable Leroy Gayton
sorry, honey.
strolls out to his car.
January 8th was Leroy Gayton's wife's birthday. He needed to get his wallet so that he could pay for a pay-per-view event they were going to watch within their home. He was struck by seeing 2 very bright reddish-orange lights to the south-southwest of his home. One would brighten, then dim. Another one would pop up a little ways away. It would brighten and dim. Leroy doesn't have any idea of exactly what he's seeing. It's just he knows it's something he's never seen before. But as he looks again, he notices it made absolutely no sound.
The lights the 3 men have been watching are also silent, but appear different.
The lights that Leroy Gayton saw were somewhat different than what Steve Allen saw.
Although it appears there might be 2 events going on, you have to look at the perspective of the witnesses. From the point of view of Allen, he sees the 4 lights. From the point of view of Gayton, he's got a different reference point. So it may be 2 objects, it may be a single object, but we really don't know.
Honey?
But one thing is certain.
It's something that's approaching the inexplicable. No way. As they're watching that, they're becoming frightened by what they're seeing.
What the?
The skies light up over Erath County, Texas. One of the many witnesses is the local lawman, Constable Leroy Gayton.
Honey?
He immediately went into his home to advise his wife and son. He wants to get someone else to confirm what he's looking at.
Not far away, local pilot Steve Allen and his friends try to make sense of what they're seeing.
It's gotta be a mile wide.
The object that Steve Allen saw is comparable to about 6 football fields.
Maybe it's military.
Lance Jones is mesmerized.
In UFO literature, there's very few times people have seen objects that large.
There's no way that's military.
There is nothing in our current inventory that's a mile wide that would be flying around overhead.
It's freaking huge.
This was no military craft.
When Constable Gayton comes back outside, the lights are gone.
Mom says it's just a plane.
Okay.
Dad. What is it?
Leroy Gayton looks again to the south to see if he sees these 2 reddish-orange lights like he saw before, but those are gone. Instead, he now sees 9 to 11 more starlight but very bright objects higher up in the sky, and they're all moving about in a random sort of fashion.
I don't know, son.
Steve and his friends watch as the lights get incredibly bright.
What the heck is it doing?
The effect is a very bright blue-white light. It's like an arc welder's torch. And you see that kind of description in a lot of other UFO cases.
We gotta get out of here.
Leroy goes to grab his binoculars. But he could not see the physical object itself due to the brightness of the lights that accompanied the object.
As Constable Gayton watches, the lights change again.
The configuration of them changed immediately from the horizontal configuration to vertical configuration.
Did we just imagine that?
This ain't right.
As they're watching that, they're becoming frightened by what they're seeing.
Lance is scared. He doesn't know what's happening. He just wants to get away.
Hey, Lance, we should stick together.
Then suddenly, it zips off at a high rate of speed.
Steve and Mike notice something else in the night sky.
They see this unknown object moving through the sky. But this time, there are 2 F-16 jets that are trailing behind it with their afterburners on.
These F-16s were going flat out, but they can't keep up with it. It's moving faster than they are.
Leroy Gayton and his son also hear the supersonic game of cat and mouse.
Get inside.
Leroy Gayton heard F-16s go over his home, and they never actually saw any F-16s.
Steve Allen and Mike Odom are still watching in amazement.
They finally all disappear over the horizon. Steve Allen indicated to me that this sighting basically shook his foundation of what he had been believing in terms of reality and what's not real.
2 weeks later, 500 locals packed the Dublin Rotary building to discuss what they saw. 200 people, including Constable Leroy Gayton, submit reports to MUFON, a group that investigates UFO sightings. Skeptics attribute the sightings to next-generation military flares that can change color and move under their own power. However, military flares are not supposed to be tested over civilian areas. After initially denying any involvement, the U.S. Air Force reveals that they indeed had 10 F-16s on training missions over the area that night. While analyzing radar data for the night in question, Robert Powell and retired radar analyst Glenn Schultz detect an unidentified object flying over Erath County at more than 3,000 kilometers per hour.
He realizes that the sound is coming from outside.
Dr. X was completely immersed by this light.
And he's terrified.
As a nasty storm threatens an isolated villa in the south of France, a local doctor decides to call it a night. A doctor forever known as Dr. X.
Dr. X is the name or the pseudonym of a witness to a very unusual case in UFO history. He's chosen to remain anonymous. He doesn't want anyone to know who he is.
With his wife sound asleep, the doctor tends to a recent wound.
Several days earlier, Dr. X was doing some yard work and was using an axe to chop some wood. The axe slipped and caught him in the leg. He had actually severed a vein.
Down the hall, the doctor's son is unable to sleep, drawn by the lightning.
His son seemed to be saying, "Ro, ro, ro," which is French baby talk for rayonnant, which is translatable as brilliant or shining or a very bright light. Suddenly, he heard the sound of his son crying out.
And there was a storm, and he initially thought it was lightning. He hears a rattling sound. He thinks it's the shutters banging up against the house. He closes the shutter, thinking that'll take care of it.
But the noise is still there.
He's still hearing the noise, so he's thinking maybe it's a loose tile on the roof.
Whatever it is, it's actually coming from downstairs. He worries someone may be trying to break in.
His wife and child were sleeping in the house, and he had to be concerned about that.
The doctor thinks he hears something inside the chimney. But that's not where it's coming from.
He realizes that the sound is coming from outside.
Even the storm doesn't seem right.
This didn't seem to be regular lightning. Flashes were a bit rhythmic. They were flashing in a pattern, not at all like lightning.
The sound is just outside the window.
Suddenly, the craft was tilting towards him.
In the remote French countryside, a doctor's search for the source of a strange sound.
His wife and child were sleeping in the house, and he had to be concerned about that.
Leads him to a baffling sight.
He couldn't see the origin of these flashes of light. They were somehow beyond the range of his vision around the corner of the house.
He grabs his notebook and rushes outside.
So what you have here is a well-educated man, a scientist, essentially. He needs to figure out what's going on here. He sees two saucer-shaped crafts in the distance, and they were both pulsing with white light.
These objects were virtually carbon copies of one another. They were dozens of feet across. One thing that's most remarkable about this case is that Dr. X was very meticulous. He recorded every detail that he could possibly imagine regarding what he observed.
He noticed there was a charge that was reacting back and forth between the two objects, as if they were drawing energy from the air and somehow sharing it between them.
The sound he had heard earlier seemed to be coming from these flashes of light, or the crackling of energy coming between these particular objects. And they also had some sort of beams of light coming from the underside of each one.
As if they were searching around for something.
Suddenly, the objects are on the move.
As they approached, they merged into one large object with a very intense single beam of light coming out the underside.
The single craft is now less than 15 meters from the house.
He was torn between curiosity and oncoming fear because his wife and child were in the house.
Sound asleep and completely unaware.
Suddenly, the craft was tilting towards him. And shot right at him.
Dr. X was completely immersed by this light.
And he's terrified.
Suddenly,
the craft was gone, the light was gone.
leaving behind only some sort of gauzy or ribbon-like material floating in the air. After he had documented what he had seen and experienced, he went to tell his wife. He was very excited
les lumières dans le ciel, vraiment brillant. Puis...
Most amazing is what she notices next.
Tajon, tu ne bois pas.
Suddenly, she realized that Dr. X, her husband, was not hobbling anymore.
Oh mon Dieu. Oh mon Dieu. Je peux marcher. Qu'est-ce qu'il y a?
As a matter of fact, he was walking and moving around like a perfectly healthy person. This is one unusual case where a cure was effected instead of direct harm, and those cases are extraordinarily rare.
Renowned French UFO author Aimé Michel publishes a detailed account of the night's events. To preserve the prominent doctor's anonymity, Michel refers to him as Dr. X. Medical tests confirm that all signs of the doctor's axe injury have vanished and he no longer experiences any injury-related pain. 2 weeks later, the imprint of a red isosceles triangle appears on the doctor's abdomen. Aimé Michel suggests that the rash is psychosomatic. But the next day, the same rash appears on Dr. X's young son. The rashes disappear and reappear over the next few months. No one can explain why. A million UFO sightings are reported each year. Most can be debunked, but 5% remain unexplained. These are the close encounters. In a small town in the American Midwest, the Piedmont High School basketball team is trying to get over a devastating defeat.
Listen, tough game. Big loss. We'll just have to beat them at home. Take it back, boys.
Now maybe stay home next time, huh? You're gonna regret you did that, you bastard!
Hey, would you knock it off now?
Sorry, Coach.
Yes, sorry, Coach.
Shame you didn't fight that hard on the court. And I'll see you two at practice tomorrow.
Sports in Missouri are a very important part of a community, especially a small community like Piedmont. These boys were coming back from a very important playoff game, which they unfortunately lost by 7 points. So the trip back was a very solemn trip.
I don't know what the heck happened.
For head basketball coach Reginald Bone, the drive home is time to analyze what went wrong.
Back, we're gonna have to revamp this whole thing.
They're driving back toward Piedmont, and they're about 20 miles out of town at this point. And they're kind of dejected, and they're really talking about what went wrong in the game and just breaking it all down.
Heavy favorites Piedmont High lost earlier tonight by 7 points to Richmond. Coach Reggie Bone will have some hard questions to answer tomorrow morning. So how crowds are expected.
The road coming back from the game is windy. There's a lot of trees.
We're talking about a very dark country road. Suddenly, Coach Bone sees this shaft of light. It's off to the side and it's coming down. It's this bright shaft of light.
What is that?
He didn't think it resembled anything he'd ever seen before, so that's what started the ball players looking off into the woods to see what it was that Coach Bone had seen.
Is that a football field over there? Yeah, right. Because everybody plays ball in the farmer's field.
You guys cool it back there? You gotta be kidding me.
It's like they're moving with us.
This could be anything. It could be something from an aircraft. Maybe it could be an odd type of lightning. Who knows?
This isn't a place that usually has a lot of air traffic. There isn't a military base close by. There isn't an airport close by. It was nothing that could have been traveling that low.
At the same moment, on a farm in Mill Spring, Missouri, some 12 kilometers away from Coach Bone and the bus, Edith Boatwright is turning in for the night.
About 10 o'clock at night at this point, all the lights in her home are off.
Edith was in bed, but she hadn't quite fallen asleep.
When she sees unusual lights coming in through the window of her home. So Edith lived near a road. Her initial thought is that something has happened on the road.
Hey, where'd they go?
Coach Bone lost sight of the beam of light because of the dense woods that he was driving through.
What could this have been? Something from an aircraft, some kind of natural weather phenomenon? No one really knew. It was there and it was gone.
Whatever Edith Boatwright is watching, it seems to be getting closer.
So she got up out of curiosity to take a look. Edith heard a whooshing sound. At first she thought maybe it was a traffic accident because she was so close to the highway.
But what she sees is not any kind of event on the highway.
Hold over here.
She thought she saw something or someone moving inside of it.
What is that?
Members of a high school basketball team in Missouri see a bizarre set of lights in the night sky.
Hey, where'd they go?
It was there and it was gone.
And at a farmhouse a short distance away, Edith Boatwright is also seeing something strange.
Or she just can't believe what she's seeing.
Right outside her bedroom window.
What she sees is an object, she calls it a craft, hovering over her field.
They had some type of a rotary blade in the front of the craft with an umbrella-like object above it. This small umbrella-like object had an amber, red, and a green light on it that were flashing. And also the front of the craft had a very, very bright white light.
It was like a helicopter in some ways, but it didn't seem to be a helicopter.
Edith was adamant about saying that she had seen helicopters before. From the shape, from the rotary blade, this was not a helicopter. It was shaped differently than anything she'd ever seen before.
Suddenly, inside these, what looked like bright windows, she notices what she thinks are people or something that's moving inside there.
Anybody see it? Anybody?
I still got nothing, Coach.
High school basketball coach Reginald Bone and his team continue their drive home to Piedmont, passing within a short distance of Mill Spring and Edith Boatwright's farm.
There, Coach. There it is again.
One of the players says, "Look over there. There's something out there over the field."
Jim, pull it over here.
What are you doing, Coach?
I want to get a better look at this thing.
This was really bothering the coach. He really wanted to find out what this was. Let's get out, let's take a look at what these are.
Come on!
So Coach Bone and his players get out of the vehicle. They see, maybe 200 yards away at the most, is an object hovering very low over a field. They're seeing 4 specific lights: red, green, amber, and white. and it's just right there over the field.
What is that thing?
Son, I have no idea.
Is that some kind of ship?
Are those windows? Is there someone inside it? That's the logical question.
She thought she saw something or someone moving inside of it.
Ten minutes go by as they're watching this, and then something really spectacular happens. It shoots straight up. And then takes off. Gone.
The coach and his team lose sight of the craft. And so does Edith Boatwright.
Usually when you have a UFO sighting, it's something that's a blink of an eye or something that's moving across the sky, something fast, but they were able to watch this for 10 minutes.
Let's get back on the bus, boys.
Edith and the ball players and Coach Bone all saw amber, red, green, and white lights. So it's very possible that both Coach Bone and Edith Boatwright saw the same craft.
In both of the cases, it has to be stated, these objects, whether they were the same or different, moved in ways that our aircraft are not known to be able to do.
Coach Reggie Bone and Edith Boatwright's sightings were the very beginning of a UFO flap in Piedmont, Missouri that ended up with over 500 reports in the next few months.
The rash of UFO sightings would come to be known as the Piedmont UFO flap of 1973. Local authorities received more than 500 reports of possible UFO sightings, creating intense media interest. Some believed the UFOs were merely low-flying helicopters. But many witnesses described movements that no helicopter is capable of. A former consultant to Project Blue Book, the Air Force's UFO investigation unit, reviews the case and concludes the reported objects cannot be identified.
What on earth was that?
Look.
They were flashing and darting about in ways that aircraft simply didn't do.
The light seemed to dive bomb the car.
After a week on Canada's east coast, Richard Skews and his family are heading back to Ontario.
We're 800 miles from home.
Richard's in a hurry to get back to work, so the family presses on through the night.
Richard and Annie Skews were from Hamilton, Ontario, and in late August of 1968, they're on an isolated section of the Trans-Canada Highway in Nova Scotia, heading northward towards New Brunswick.
Their baby is asleep in the back seat, and so is their teenage babysitter, Gail.
They're on this highway late at night, so Richard's keeping a sharp eye out while he's driving.
As you're driving along an isolated road like this one, you never know what was coming around the next corner.
People have been killed hitting moose in Nova Scotia and Newfoundland.
What on earth was that?
I have no idea. I didn't see anything. We're right back. That's really strange. No sign of anything.
I don't like these long drives.
Hey, what's that?
He's coming up over a hill and making a turn, and he could see some bright lights.
What?
Look.
There's nothing there, sweetheart.
I could have swore I just saw something.
Richard Skews had spent some time in the Royal Canadian Navy, and part of his job was to identify aircraft that were moving in the sky. He had very good observational skills.
Why don't you let me drive when we get to Spring Hill? Hmm?
Sure.
Good heavens, what is that?
Russians? You know, it could be a frigate off the coast. I used to hear the strangest things out at sea.
What's that noise? It's all right. This is not right.
Look.
They saw a group of lights, which seemed to be low in the sky and not very far above the tree line.
What is that?
I don't know. I've never seen anything like it before.
Richard recognized that these were not aircraft. They were flashing and darting about in ways that aircraft simply didn't do. There was something else out of the ordinary.
I think we should turn around.
What? Why?
But although these objects seemed unusual, he didn't feel there was any reason to stop at this point.
We're 4 hours into this drive. You want to turn around now?
I don't care. I don't have a good feeling about this.
For Annie and Richard Skews, it's going to be an eventful ride home.
Holy cow, what is that?
The light seemed to dive bomb the car.
Richard and Annie Skews are driving back home after a maritime vacation.
Hey, what's that?
When they encounter strange objects on a desolate highway.
I think we should turn around.
What? Why?
With their baby and her sitter in the car, Annie tries to keep her cool.
Are we there yet?
No, it's all right. You can go back to sleep.
A long way from the nearest town, it's up to Richard and Annie to make sense of what they're seeing.
Maybe it's firefighting crafts.
Annie's first impression was that there might have been a forest fire somewhere nearby and that they were well lit in order to fight the fire.
No, I don't see any fires.
Helicopters?
6 of them, all with colored lights, flying that close together.
Helicopters typically do fly low, but they're not going to be right down at the treetops.
Then, on the other side of the highway...
Oh my God!
Richard spots another light just above the treetops.
There was another object moving towards this cluster on its own. So now there were 6 or 7 objects.
Holy cow, what is that?
In the back seat, the teenage babysitter saw the objects.
She saw it brightly lit, yellow and orange lights on them.
Richard listens out the window.
With a military background, Richard was used to the sounds that aircraft were making. He thought he would be able to identify it.
I don't hear a thing.
But there was no sound. As a matter of fact, it was eerily quiet.
Then things take a strange turn.
One of these objects separated from the others and came in over the highway.
They were able to see a definite shape. Cigar shape about 20 feet in length, with a number of segments and points of light on its underside.
Richard starts to slow the car down, but he didn't want to stop in case he had to maneuver out of the way.
The object seemed to move towards them.
Enough to frighten all the occupants in the car. The light seemed to dive bomb the car in a highly dangerous maneuver.
Annie thought that this object was actually going to hit them, so she instinctively ducked.
Richard swerves to try and avoid the collision.
And then, fantastically at the last minute, this object passes directly over the car. Despite this, there was no rush of wind, no vibration, no sound to indicate anything had passed. It was very, very unusual, and that's certainly unexplainable. Despite what we might think if we were in their position, Richard continued the drive. The danger had passed, they kept on driving. They wanted to get the heck out of there. This case is significant because the observer was someone with some good skills in identifying aircraft, and yet there was nothing that could be compared with this particular object. Not only that, we have 3 witnesses, not 1.
So basically, these people escaped a situation, but why did it happen? Why was this so aggressive? Why did this object come right at the car? What was it trying to prove?
Richard and Annie Skews continued the journey home, shaken and without any answers. Richard and Annie Skews file a report with their local Royal Canadian Mounted Police Detachment, as does their babysitter, Gail Yem. Sergeant R.I. Evans interviews all 3 passengers separately and describes their testimony as sincere and intelligent, marked by their deep fear about what happened. The Royal Canadian Mounted Police investigation into the incident yields no further evidence or witnesses to corroborate or discount their testimony.